The Seal Slingers have returned to the park here at the Friar, as today's Seal Slingers Sunday features the series finale and the 9th game in as many days for the Red Hot Slingers as they prepare for the Washington A's here at Mel Olson Stadium. Kyle Sweeney and Angus Trangmo with you this afternoon. And Angus, the Slingers got it going early on yesterday, and it started out with a bang from Rylan Gullard en route to a 13-3 victory.
Yeah, leadoff homer in the first inning for Gullard, and he is just on a tear this summer, and that was the start of a run parade for the Fish Sticks last night. Noah Kung, right after Gullard, in that same first inning, brought home 2 with a base hit up the middle. That made it 4-0 Sticks in the first inning, and the lead was cut to 2 by the A's later in this game, but I think this hit really put it on ice. Luke Parker, a 3-run double that we both thought was getting out of here off the bat. That made it 11-3, and Parker was stick of the game yesterday, ended up driving in 4 runs and throwing a shutout inning on the mound.
So it's 27-3 is the margin of victory through the first 2 games of this series for the Seal Slingers. But one guy we didn't see yesterday was Evan Hellner, the Sumner High School product, who's been red hot the entire season, and he's back in the cleanup spot today.
Yeah, Hellner, I mean, in this stretch of back-to-back-to-back game days over the past 8 days, he's hitting .375. He's 9 for 24, an OPS of .839, and you wouldn't think of him as being like this great singles hitter, but he's one of the best ones on the team when it comes to just getting on base, and there's a reason he's going D1.
He's going to New Mexico State next year as the Seal Slingers look to make it to 6 games above 500 for the first time this season and sweep the 3-game series with the A's. First pitch just around the corner on the Fish Sticks Network.
Wendy's went back to the kitchen to give our famous spicy chicken sandwich a total upgrade. More crunch, more flavor, with heat that just hits. Is this our best spicy chicken ever? Looks like a yes to me. Spicy chicken just got better at Wendy's.
They always say, think happy thoughts. It's easy when you're a Wendy's Cookie Dough Frosty Fusion. I'm an instant dopamine hit. Get it? Dopamine? Like cookie dough. I said like cookie dough! Happiness is a Cookie Dough Frosty Fusion at Wendy's.
For over 15 years, As You Wish Electric has offered the comprehensive electrical solutions Seattle families trust. We are proud to announce that we can now also serve your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. As we grow, we are committed to delivering the same knowledgeable and friendly experience that earned our spot as the region's top-rated electrical company. Contact As You Wish Electric Plumbing, Heating, and Air today to learn more.
And we welcome you back here to the Friar on another Seal Slingers Sunday. Kyle Sweeney and Angus Trangmo with you. That was Yolanda G with the beautiful national anthem the day after July 4th as we take a look at the Wendy's Bucket Challenge that came back today.
One of the better Cup Challenge competitors we've seen. Kind of took a spill right there, but then got the medium cup right there. That's the one we've seen the most success with this year, and then got the small cup as well. So 2 for 3 heading into the mini cup, and this is the best mini cup attempt we've seen all year. Look how close that was.
So free small Wendy's Frosty after every home win at the Friar, and it's been 2 in a row for the Sticks, and this was the first fish which Crispy and the Orca delivered to a Benson Boone impersonator.
Yeah, it's one of the weirder first fish guys we've had this year, but it was a pretty good fish. He threw to Jake Daly. There's me. I had to be the social media guy for pregame today, but not a bad fish. I like, Jake Daly, the catcher, had to get down in the catcher stance behind the plate.
There they are, the Benson Boone impersonators. So a couple of songs that Benson Boone have had that have gone kind of like mega viral, I guess. But I don't think I could speak for both of us. I don't think we're the biggest fans of Benson Boone.
No.
But he seems like a great, genuine guy.
And he's from the area, as Wesley Harwell will be the starter for the Seal Slingers. Another new face on this DubSea squad. Harwell has spent the last 2 years at the University of San Francisco in the West Coast Conference, the Dons down there in the Bay Area, and no real ties to Seattle, attended Mountain View High School in Mountain View, California. So a new face for basically everyone for the Fish Sticks, and he will make his debut as a Seal Slinger today.
So the first pitch kids are out on the first base line. They'll get things started in Game 3 between the DubSea Seal Slingers and the A's. It was 27-3 combined margin of victory through the first 2 games, and here they are. And now we're underway with Harwell, who is not the first starting pitcher that's making his first appearance this summer for DubSea. We saw Atticus Stanfield in the series opener go 4 scoreless. So Harwell, new to the Sticks as of this weekend, and will take the bump first against Jaden Matsuoka. So it'll be the same top 3 as we've seen the last couple of days for the A's, as Matsuoka fouls off the first pitch, and we are underway.
Yeah, Matsuoka and then Tyler Long and Daniel Weintraub, always dangerous in that 3-hole for the A's.
As Angus said, last 2 seasons at the University of San Francisco, another WCC guy on this team. That one plunks Matsuoka coming off the bounce. Count will even out at 1 apiece. Matsuoka yesterday was 0 for 3, was also caught on the base paths twice. It's not something you see often, but was doubled up on a sac fly and a line out. That's upstairs for ball 2. The sac fly, he actually left the bag early on second base going to third, and then was stealing second, and a line out by Long ended up going 2. So Matsuoka, a lot of speed on the base paths, but couldn't get it executed yesterday. And the count is 1-2.
Should be 2-2. I think that scoreboard probably isn't correct. Should be 2 balls and 2 strikes, but Harwell ahead on Matsuoka. You don't want to have Matsuoka on base because he can fly.
Harwell looking for his first K as a stick. This one's dribbled. Hellner is going to take a look. He's going to fire to first, and what a play by Hellner, but it's dropped by Isaac Watson, who we don't see very often at first base. Boy, that was a heck of a play by Hellner to recover, but Matsuoka will be aboard.
What a weird play that was. Hellner could have let that go foul, but a really heads-up play by him. Ooh, I think that was on the transfer as well. So an interesting ruling over there, but Matsuoka leads off with one of the weirder ways to get on base you'll see today.
He'll likely be going no matter what at first base. That'll be Tyler Long coming up, and he'll take a look at ball 1 just off the outside corner. Long has struggled this series. He's 1 for 7 combined, was 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts yesterday, and the one time he made good contact was a line drive to the center fielder, Rylan Gollard, who would eventually double up Matsuoka. That's fouled back, and the count even up at 1 apiece.
Long just hasn't had his best stuff against the Fish Sticks this year. Maybe change of pace against the Seal Slingers, but if he does get aboard right here, a couple base runners for Weintraub is exactly what the A's need in this game.
Matsuoka was going to take off on that pitch. Harwell nicely done to get the pickoff move. Matsuoka went one step in the direction of second base. We've seen him take off every time he's been on the base paths this series.
There he goes.
He'll take off here. Harwell delivers. It looks like it was just a big lead. It fooled us. So the count will be 2-1 to Tyler Long, one of the younger guys on this team heading into his junior year next season. Harwell, the San Francisco Don, looking to record the first out of the season in his first appearance. That's up and in for ball 3.
Yeah, Long knows how good Weintraub is behind him, so ahead 3-run, you're probably going to see him take here unless it's right down the middle.
We saw Evan Hellner behind the plate make a great play on that first play, which should have been an out, but it was dropped at first by Isaac Watson, so he'll be doing the work behind the dish. Good frame from Hellner in there for strike 2.
That's a really good pitch, and I think Harwell kind of knew Long was probably not looking to swing the bat right there, so just goes straight to the fastball, doesn't overthink it too much.
Payoff pitch incoming. Harwell to Tyler Long. Matsuoka does take off this time. Long lines it down the third base line, and that'll get through. Matsuoka has a head start. He's going to third base. Galen bobbles it out there in left field, and Long will slide in safely to second. So second and third with nobody gone. Nice piece of hitting for Tyler Long.
Yeah, he just finds a gap right in between the bag and Beckett Turnbow over down the third base line, and a little bit of a fumble from Galen, but I don't think that mattered too much. Long would have been safe at second anyway. And now 2 runners in scoring position, nobody gone, and Daniel Weintraub coming to the plate.
Weintraub, a 2-run double all the way back in the season opener about a month ago. Has had 2 hits over the last couple of games as well. Both line drive singles up the middle. This is a tough out now for Harwell. Weintraub takes a look at strike 1, off speed in the low part of the zone.
Kind of a tough start for Harwell. Didn't do too much wrong. Forced a weak ground ball and then a ground ball that was hit harder. Just both of them found gaps in the infield.
Weintraub, an RBI single in yesterday's game. He's had a hit in all 3 games of the season series. This one taken towards Watson at first. He'll make the grab, and that'll be the first out of the inning.
And a big out because that ball stays in the infield and it won't score Matsuoka. Any fly ball probably scores Matsuoka from third because he has so much speed over there. He's going to make any throw from anywhere in the outfield probably irrelevant.
They'll bring up the tall lefty Bo Tate in the cleanup position. Tate was 2 for 4 yesterday, a good outing for the A's. Nicely done by Hellner to keep that in front of him for ball 1.
We saw Tate lift one up and out of here in BP. He was swinging a really good bat this morning.
One of the 2 guys yesterday with multi-hit games for the A's, Gabe Prock, also had 2 hits in his 3 at-bats. He's not in the lineup today. Tate, big swing and a miss. Count will even up.
Swing and misses are huge in this situation for Harwell. We saw Atticus Stanfield get into quite a few jams in his first outing with the team against the same athletics squad on Friday.
Second and third with 1 gone. Tate looks at that one. Hits the plate on its way to Evan Hellner. So Weintraub lined out to Isaac Watson, who made an error. It looked like on the transfer on a throw on a dribbler from Matsuoka. Evan Hellner made a great play to whip it over. Watson, who we don't see at first base often, couldn't make the play. Tyler Long doubled, and they're in scoring position. This should score a run. Rolling, going to third base. Tyler Long wasn't aware, and nicely done by Jake Rolling to get the lead runner at third, but the runner will score. It'll be 1-0 A's.
Yeah, Long just ran to third, didn't even worry about what Rolling was doing, and that's an easy connection between Jake Rolling and Beckett Turnbow to get the out right there.
Looked like Long hopped over the ball, which of course if it had hit him, he would have been out, but didn't think that Rolling was going to go to third, but a nice heads-up play from the Gonzaga commit, who is on one of the hottest scorchers from the plate that I think I've ever seen. We'll see him in the bottom of the first, as Sika Saito takes a look at ball one. It's refreshing to see Saito back in the lineup. We actually saw him in crutches in the series opener. Now back in the lineup. He did play in the first game of the season between these two. He was 1 for 3 in that outing back on June 6th. That'll be inside for ball two. So the error from Watson at first base proves costly. Matsuoka would eventually come around to score for the first run of the game. This is the first lead of this weekend series for the A's. Harwell delivers. Saito takes it to right field. That'll bounce in front of Jackson Dulé for another base hit. So this is a different A's lineup than we've seen over the last few days for sure, and Saito is aboard.
Yeah, they're seeing Wesley Harwell really well right now. That was a good throw from Dulé to keep Tate at second, but already 2 hits and an error in this game, and we've seen them get quite a few runners in scoring position and not be able to bring them home, and today it's been a different story.
I'll bring up Sebastian Unai. Just 1 run across, but Harwell's been having some trouble with this lineup. This could get through. Rolling, diving stop, and he doesn't make the play in time. I don't know if Watson's scoop would have mattered. I think Unai beat out the throw, but the bases are loaded with 2 gone. The A's showing some fight here in the first inning.
Jake Rolling saves a run with this dive. If that gets by him, that will likely bring home Tate from second base. But if Hamada was covering the bag over there, I think Rolling would have had an easier time going for the fielder's choice at second to get out of this inning. But Hamada not on second, the throw to first, just barely not in time. Now Austin Halverson comes up with the bags packed.
Halverson was 1 for 4 yesterday. We also saw him on the mound for a couple of innings. He impressed us up here in the booth. The pretty high velocity fastball. The 7th hole already up here in the first inning against Wesley Harwell. Swing and a miss from Halverson for strike 1.
It's an interesting swing and a miss as well, 1-0. I mean, obviously, they've gotten pretty good contact off Harwell already today, but you got to be waiting for your pitch right now if you're Halverson.
Bases are jammed with 2 gone. Already 1 across for the A's. That one catches the corner for strike 2.
It's really important for Harwell to get out of here with only 1 run on the board, because obviously this Seal Slingers lineup has done damage at the plate against this team. 14 on Friday and 13 on Saturday. You don't want to turn this one into a track meet for both sides.
Harwell delivers the 1-2. That's low. The count will even out. Again, Harwell, first appearance of the season for the Seal Slingers. Running into some trouble early here against the A's in the series finale. Two incoming with 2 gone. Bases still loaded. Halverson dribbles foul. So Harwell was an unexpected start here on Sunday. Usually we see a bullpen game out of the Seal Slingers and interim head coach Mark Lynn.
Still might be a bullpen game as well.
2-2, Halverson stays alive.
We don't really know what to expect out of Wesley Harwell yet this year, so I don't know how long his leash is or how many innings he's set to go, but already looking at the 28th pitch of his day, it might turn into a bullpen game, whatever the script was.
Halverson looking to inflict more damage here in the first. Another 2-2, fouled off for a 3rd straight time.
That one was way low, and Halverson somehow popped it up and out of the fryer. This is just a really good job of staying alive from Halverson.
Fryer's starting to fill up here on Sunday. Again, the 9th game in as many days for the Seal Slingers, who will take one day off tomorrow before having 6 straight after that. Here's the 2-2. Halverson waves, and Harwell is out of the inning. So it gets out of the jam, but a lengthy top of the first. The A's get one across. It'll be the Seal Slingers in the bottom half of the inning.
For over 15 years, As You Wish Electric has offered the comprehensive electrical solutions Seattle families trust. We are proud to announce that we can now also serve your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. As we grow, we are committed to delivering the same knowledgeable and friendly experience that earned our spot as the region's top-rated electrical company. Contact As You Wish Electric Plumbing, Heating, and Air today to learn more.
Once upon a home, in a Seattle bungalow, the Huffs searched on Thumbtack to find their next pro. Now the job is all done and the table is set. The hot dogs taste better on their fancy new deck. Start your home story on Thumbtack.
The A's plated one in the top of the first here at the Fryer on Seal Slinger Sunday. It'll be Jacob Hayes for the Athletics as we take a look at the starting lineup. For the Fish Sticks, Ryland Gullard got the party started yesterday with a leadoff shot. Him and Rolling are starting to pack the 1-2 punch at the top of the lineup. And then Braden Bartholomew is getting the day off. Yesterday's stick of the game, Luke Parker, will be in his place in the 3-hole. And then Evan Hellner, Jackson Dulay, and Jake Daly will follow. And then Thursday's hero of the game with the walk-off single, Alex Hamada, is hitting 7th. Beckett Turnbow, Isaac Watson, and then the 10th hitter, Cade Galen. Again, a non-PIL game, so 10 hitters are allowed for both teams as Ryland Gullard prepares against Jacob Hayes.
Gullard went yard to start the game yesterday, and Jacob Hayes, who has thrown a couple times against this Seal Slingers lineup, knows what Gullard and Rolling can do, so it's not a situation where he's going in blind today.
This was how he started the game yesterday after the fan batter, Kevin Bartholomew, Braden Bartholomew's dad, got out. So quote-unquote leadoff home run, but there was one away because of the fan batter. That was the 3rd homer of the season for Ryland Gullard, who's hitting .329 on the campaign, the exact number he hit last year at Linfield. He's in the transfer portal, and he's surely a Division I player. So we await the good news on that one from Ryland Gullard's commitment. It'll be Gullard, the red-hot Jake Rolling, and I cannot emphasize enough with red-hot for him. And then Luke Parker hitting 3-hole. So 3 guys who can just really play at the top of this lineup for the Slingers.
Parker had such a good game yesterday, and this is probably the 3 best hitters from yesterday's win for the Seal Slingers, hitting 1, 2, 3.
So Hayes delivers to Gullard, who takes a look at ball 1. This is not the first time that the Sticks have seen Hayes, now in the 4th game of the season between these 2 teams. That crosses the heart of the plate for strike 1.
We started to see Gullard more and more wait until he gets a strike in these counts, and he's such a good 2-strike hitter. It has paid dividends for him at the plate.
1-1 hits the turf for ball 2. And we can kind of get a glimpse at Jacob Rolling on deck right now, slashing just silly numbers. I mean, after the last couple of games in this series, he is just on a rampage right now.
Yeah, 556, 675, and 1.527.
That is ludicrous.
Who does that? And that's 40 plate appearances as well. So it's not like that's only in like 11 or 12. You know, he's played quite a few games. This is his 12th game of the year.
Gullard leads the team with hits this year. He's got 23. No one else has more than 15. And despite being at the leadoff spot, he also is tied atop the RBI leaderboard in the team ranks. And he will take his base with ball 4.
That's what I'm talking about with Jacob Hayes knowing what Ryland Gullard can do. We see a lot of pitchers kind of go after him as the leadoff hitter, and for a leadoff hitter, he's got quite a bit of pop, and we've already seen a couple leadoff homers from him this year. So Jacob Hayes knows exactly what he's dealing with, doesn't really give him anything to hit.
That'll bring up Jake Rolling, who is 7 for 8 in the last 2 games. He has also walked and had a sac fly. So he's got 6 combined RBIs and continuing a blazing start to the summer is the Gonzaga commit. Finally was retired in his last at-bat yesterday for the first time in the series. It was a deep fly out to left field. That's in there for strike 1.
After walking Gullard on 5 pitches, I'm interested to see when Hayes decides to start just living in the zone, because there's not really a good option right now at the top of this Seal Slingers lineup.
Gullard leads the team in stolen bases. He'll stay put. That'll be ball 2 to Rolling. Ball 1, excuse me. Rolling, through 11 games this season, has 15 hits and 13 RBIs. He also has 10 runs and has walked 11 times.
It's just stupid. Pretty dumb.
It's laughable. We've laughed about it a couple times as that's outside for ball 2. We were talking about it yesterday, and then he gets 3 more hits, all line drives up the middle or to the right side. It's impossible to put the cap on this guy. After hitting .574 in conference play at Jesuit High School in Oregon. Gullard will take off speed from Hayes in there, and a great throw from behind the dish. And Gullard is gone at second base.
That is such a good throw from Ryder Oswald. And Gullard, we've seen him get nabbed on the base pass a couple times this year. Off-speed pitch doesn't matter. Look at where that throw was. Gullard tried to get around the tag. That throw was too good from Ryder Oswald.
We saw Adam Retkowski behind the dish yesterday. Oswald going back to his usual post today. Here's the 2-2. Oswald thought that was strike 3. That just missed the low corner. And the count is now full to Rolling.
Yeah, that takes some courage on a 2-2 count.
Here's the payoff. Rolling fouls it off. At least 2 of his singles this series have been on 2-strike counts. Rolling likes to take the counts deep. Not usually one to lunge at the first pitch like we see a lot of fish sticks do. But a very patient approach at the plate. It has paid dividends, more than paid dividends, to start the summer. Another 3-2. He'll force yet another walk and elevate that .675 on-base percentage, which is just a silly number.
Yeah, and it makes you think. You've got a runner like Gullard, who obviously is capable, and then a hitter like Rolling is probably going to reach base. Gullard would be at second right now if they just kept him at first, so definitely an interesting choice to send him right there, but Rolling replaces him over at first base.
So Coach Mark Lynn going with the hot hand.
Ooh.
As Parker fouls that right off the mask of the home plate umpire. He'll take a sec. That was hit pretty hard. And Parker back in the 5th inning essentially put the game away yesterday with a bases clearing double. That was his first extra base hit of the season. We thought that was going to get out to the farthest part of the park, which is 355 to dead center field.
Yeah, you may think that, well, that is a really short center field. There's got to be a launch pad out there. But in a wood bat league like the PIL, we have still not seen a homer to dead center field from anyone this year.
We actually haven't seen a home run to right center field either at the Friar. Every single home run has been to the left side of the park, including an opposite field homer from Julian Unai, who is a lefty. So interesting to note there. Wind usually blowing out towards left field. Rolling at a healthy lead. He'll just stay put at first. That'll be ball 1 to Parker.
Yeah, that was one that just got away from Hayes, and it almost operated like pitch out. So Rolling had to come back to first.
Parker also had an RBI single yesterday that whizzed past the shortstop, Gio Irola, who's playing third base today. And Hayes will check on Rolling again. Rolling now a 12-4 walk to strikeout ratio, which is just insane. I mean, I could keep going and going about this guy's start, but he's going to hold up again. Oswald will go to first. Ooh. And Rolling slides in safely.
That was almost a crafty back pick from Oswald, though, and already gunned down a runner at second, almost got Rolling at first. Maybe a guy that the Seal Slingers might not want to run too much on today.
2-1 count now to Luke Parker. Another healthy lead for Jacob Rolling. Parker rips this to left center field, and that'll get down. Rolling all the way to the wall, and Jake Rolling is going to be waved around third. He's gunning for home, and he'll stand up. And Luke Parker ring in the fish and ring in another RBI, his 5th in the last 2 days.
This is such a good sight. This is one of the guys that we knew can just mash baseballs, and we hadn't really seen it in the first month of the season, but these past 2 games have been a different story, and right now Luke Parker is just crushing this A's pitching staff.
So Jake Rolling was Friday's stick of the game. Luke Parker was yesterday's stick of the game, and they combine to tie things up here at the Friar in the bottom of the 1st, and that'll bring up Evan Hellner, who is no slouch at the plate himself. We highlighted that in the opening. He lays off that first pitch for ball 1.
Hellner, big catcher. You wouldn't expect him to be this contact guy that's a super disciplined hitter, but that's exactly what he is. 9 for 24 in this past stretch of 8 games, and all 9 of those were singles.
Parker gonna gun for third. The throw from Oswald, not in time. Parker slid past the plate and was still able to hold on. Man, Luke Parker is doing damage right now. And he'll get to third. This is another look at the double. Just a flyer off the bat. It's hard to reach the track when you hit the thick outfield grass here at the Friar. That's exactly what Luke Parker did, and now he's at third base. That delivers down and in for ball 3.
So we saw Luke Parker force a pass ball by just dancing around over on second yesterday, and then he forced a pickoff throw that went into center field, and he advanced to third as well, and this time he just steals the bag himself. So an underrated part of Parker's weekend has been the base running. We've seen him on the mound, we've seen him at the plate, and we've seen him on the base paths.
So that is actually ball 3 now to Hellner. Parker right now is turning the corner that we expected him to turn. He has now 14 RBIs on the season. His average didn't show it, but he had been ripping baseballs all across the field. Just couldn't find the outfield grass. And Hellner will take his base. So first and third with still just 1 gone.
Now Jackson Dule will come up. It's been an interesting weekend for Dule. Still looking for his first hit against the A's over the holiday weekend, but has reached base 6 of 8 times he's come up, all of which on walks. So he hasn't seen that many strikes from this team. Be looking for him to swing at anything close.
So Dule on the season now has 8 hits and 11 walks. After, as you mentioned, he's walked 6 times in the last 2 days. And he'll look at ball 1. It's pretty incredible. We've seen some insane discrepancies between average and on-base percentage. We talked about that this weekend. Now Dule, after the last 2 games, has a .435 on-base percentage and a .235 average. Takes a big hack and will whiff at strike 1.
We've seen quite a few runners for the Seal Slingers kind of have that deke of a secondary lead where they turn and it looks like they'll run into second and then they'll stop on a dime and stay at the bag. We saw Gullard do that, we saw Rolling do that, and now Hellner doing it at first as well.
It'll be ball 2 to Dule. And if you take a look up and down the lineup, there's a couple guys like Cade Galen, like Tyler Eisenhut, who don't have the best averages on the team, but they just find ways to reach base. You got to think that The coach is more concerned with the on-base percentage maybe than the batting average because these guys just continue to find ways to get to first.
Isaac Watson, who's hitting ninth today, is another one I think of.
Hellner is going to stop to try to bring in a run, and he will. Heads up base running by Evan Hellner. Luke Parker is already across, and we've got a pickle. And Hellner's going to be retired. But, man, heads up play from Evan Hellner. He knew he was going to be gunned down there at second base. He allowed Luke Parker to score from third, and it's 2-1.
Slingers have the lead, and while there wasn't 2 outs and Parker might have been able to score even if Hellner slid into the bag, it's a smart move from Hellner because he was out by a mile, and now that's 2 outs on the base paths, both off throws from Ryder Oswald, and he almost got Parker over at third with a really good throw as well. So Ryder Oswald just feeling himself behind the plate.
Man, Jackson Dulé almost swung out of his shoes on that pitch. Probably the best pitch he's seen this weekend. And the count is full. Here's the payoff. Dulé will live to see another day. It's been an interesting inning for Jacob Hayes. Again, as you said, both of the outs are on the base paths right now. He's failed to retire a batter. Another payoff, Dulé. It's this towards third base. Gio Irola has it. Throw across the diamond is in time. And that'll be out number 3. But not before 2 come across for the Slingers, so it is 2-1 lead over the A's, who actually got their first lead of the series back in the first, and the Sticks, or the Slingers, I should say, took it right back.
Yeah, that was a weird first inning, especially in the bottom half. You got 2 outs on the base paths, only 1 hit for the Slingers, and they bring 2 runs across. Now Wesley Harwell will come back out after giving up a run. And Harwell, I think he'd tell you himself that probably wasn't the first inning he was envisioning, so I'm interested to see the response he has. As we've got the Orca out today for Seal Slingers Sunday. Crispy and the Orca have really bonded over the past few Sundays.
Again, we were trying to figure out what the Orca had to do with the Seal Slingers, but the Orca himself is a quote-unquote seal slinger because he preys on seals, which is a pretty, it's a feat within itself. We've dived into the marine biology aspect of things a couple of times with that, but that's pretty clever.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've ever done like a little research on orcas, especially here in the Puget Sound, those things run it out there. They are feared by mostly everything out in the Sound, and I got to be honest, I think Fish Sticks and Seal Slingers, there's a reason it was so close, and that's because that's 2 of the best mascot names I've ever heard, especially for a Seattle team.
It is the best show in all of DubSea, is what it is coined. Of course, DubSea, the shortened version of West Seattle. That confused me a little bit at the start, but makes total sense when you really dive into it. The Gonzaga brain churning there.
Also, DubSea, WC White Center.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. Okay. So Ryder Oswald, who did fantastic things behind the dish in the bottom of the first, will lead off the top of the second. It'll be Oswald, Irola, and then Adam Retkowski at the bottom of the order. 8, 9, 10 due up. We'll be upstairs for ball 1. Is there anything else I'm missing? So many double.
On the DubSea?
Yeah, the DubSeas.
I think that's the only 2.
Okay.
But it kind of does encapsulate the entire area of Seattle that we're in.
It's a great area, and it's a beautiful day today.
Yeah, there's about 2 clouds in the entire sky here in Seattle. It's going to be a pretty big day here tomorrow with the United States men's national team playing Belgium at Seattle Stadium down at Pioneer Square. It's going to be full.
It's going to be electric. About 5:30 Pacific time here in Seattle, and they received some pretty good news this morning as well. That's ball 2 to Oswald. So that'll only really ramp things up tomorrow. It should be a great day.
Don't drive on I-5, especially near Seattle. Maybe Tacoma's okay, but probably anywhere in the metro, don't drive on the interstates tomorrow because they're going to be full. There's going to be a lot of motorists driving tomorrow.
Oswald walks in 5 pitches, and Wesley Harwell continues to struggle a little bit here in his first appearance as a Seal Slinger. Again, spent his last 2 seasons at the University of San Francisco. Made 11 combined appearances. I'll bring up Irola, who showed bunt. Nice pick from Hellner behind the plate to keep that one in front. That'll be ball 1 again.
35 pitches and 19 of them have been strikes, so not a horrible ball to strike ratio for him. He's just given up 3 hits. And
now a free bag to start the inning. Becca Turnbow is creeping up from third base. That'll go foul. Irola in yesterday's game was 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Was also hit by a pitch. There were a lot of HBPs yesterday. Cade Galen took 2 of them. He'll be due up next inning. In the 5th hole. He's been wearing them all season long, both him and Braden Bartholomew. Here's the 1-1. Oswald's going to take off. That's going to get past Hellner, so Oswald will waltz into second.
Kind of a bummer for Oswald, as that's not going to go down as a stolen base for him, even though he probably would have beat the throw. It was a really good jump, and he's had a great day so far.
Gunned down Rylan Gollard at second base, and then did the same to Evan Hellner on a first and third situation behind the dish. Now he's at second. That's outside for ball 3.
So Wesley Harwell, only an inning in. He's at 38 pitches. He's behind 3-1 on Irola right now. At some point, we've got to be looking at a mound visit from Hellner or DeGallier or someone to go have a chat with him.
Here's the 3-1. That'll be low for ball 4, and the first 2 are now aboard for the A's. This could be trouble now for Harwell. This is the exact situation he saw last inning. And Garrett DeGallier is going to come out and talk to him.
Yeah, I suspected as such. 2 straight walks to start the inning. It felt imminent for Wesley Harwell out there. And, you know, new guy on the block. We saw Micah Hagler pull this as well, and then Atticus Stanfield. They both pitched really well for the Seal Slingers, and Harwell just hasn't had his best stuff. A couple walks to start this inning, and has given up 3 hits as well.
So in Friday's matchup, in that 14-0 blowout victory, the Slingers only used 3 pitchers. That was the least amount of pitchers they've used in a game this season. Yesterday they threw out 5, but it was 1 inning from Santiago Guedes Rodriguez, who's usually the ace for the team, and then Luke Parker, who we don't see a ton of innings from, had just 1, and then Ryder Peterson came through and shut the door. So really a lot of bullpen arms are available for tonight's game.
Something to note as well is that Luke Parker isn't out in the field today. He's the extra hitter for the Seal Slingers. In a non-league game, you do get an extra hitter, and that's Luke Parker today. So it kind of leaves the door open for him to move around as this game goes on, especially, you know, Beckett Turnbow's over at third. We might see Parker go in there and Turnbow throw an inning or 2 on the mound. Who knows?
That'll bring up Adam Retkowski at the bottom of the order again today. He's going to square around and show bunt. Watson's creeping in from first. That one's in the turf for ball 1.
I think the A's have solved something here. I think Wesley Harwell is struggling to find the zone when the A's are showing bunt, which is very interesting.
Retkowski also forced a walk yesterday. So reached base 2 out of the 3 times he came to the dish. He's going to show it again. Again, Watson way in from first. He won't be able to get it down. That'll be strike 1.
I'll go down as a swing and miss. Obviously, it doesn't really look it, but it is a swing and miss to help the whiff rate for Harwell today.
We see the Slingers lay down a lot of bunts. Now the A's are returning the favor. Retkowski's going to hold this time and take a look at ball 2.
Both runners on right now were walked, and with nobody out and Harwell behind in the count, you got to think Hellner's just thinking anything in the zone right here. We cannot walk him loaded here in the second inning.
Alex Amada is at second base. He's kind of in no man's land, preparing to cover first if Isaac Watson comes in for the bunt. That one almost hit Retkowski, and that's ball 3.
Isaac Watson is another one. I mean, he's at first where we usually see Braden Bartholomew, and we saw it earlier in this homestand. Watson came out at first and then ended up coming in to pitch.
3-1 now incoming from Harwell. This could load the bases if this gets away from Retkowski, and it will. So the bases are now loaded with nobody gone in a 2-1 ball game here early at the Friar, and Harwell has seen a lot of trouble so far. Got to be thinking his afternoon might be coming to an end, but DeGallier is going to stay put for now and let Harwell try to get out of this jam.
Worst part of all of this is that Jaden Matsuoka at the top of the lineup is back up right here, so you've got to deal with Matsuoka, Long, who has a double in this game, and then Weintraub right here.
Matsuoka takes a look at strike 1 at the knees. He reached first in the first inning on a kind of a weird play. There's a lot of action in the bullpen. That's Hawthorne Moody and Ryder Peterson getting ready, and Peyton Barsati will more than likely catch. I do not think Peyton Barsati will go out in a bullpen appearance today. That's low. Now 1-1 count.
That would be a fun one to watch Peyton Barsati pitch. I think on the ranking of guys I want to see pitch, just for my own personal enjoyment, Barsati's probably pretty high on the list.
The 6'3", 245 catcher from St. Mary's. I would have to agree with you. This one's eerily similar to what happened in the first inning. Hellner's just going to grab it and touch home. So that'll be the first out. Man, that was the exact same thing that Matsuoka did back in the first when he would eventually reach on an error. But another heads-up play by Hellner. This time he got the job done.
Yeah, a tag would have sufficed as well. Maybe you would have had Matsuoka, who kind of just stood and watched his work there for a little bit. It was just such a confusing play that no one really knew what to do except Evan Hellner, who was in the right frame of mind to tag home right there and save the run.
That'll bring up Tyler Long as Hellner keeps that in front of him, kind of missed it for a little bit before locating it. And Hellner, we've talked a little bit about the struggles he's had with pass balls, but right now he's keeping everything in front of him, doing a nice job at saving a couple runs.
It's been a really clean game defensively for both of the catchers in this game, Ryder Oswalt and Evan Hellner.
Wind picking up a little bit here at the Friar. Here's the 1-0. That's outside to Long. Long sent one just past Beckett Turnbow down the third base line the opposite way for a double. He'd eventually get gunned down at third base by Jake Rolling on a ground ball. It was a nice heads-up play by Rolling at short to get the lead runner. And that one misses, and it's 3-0.
Got to find the zone if you're Harwell right here. He has forced some weak contact. Long's double was not exactly hard hit. You just have to make Tyler Long earn this right here, especially with Weintraub on deck.
Does find the zone for strike 1. So more trouble looming here in the second. Harwell got out of a bases loaded jam with 2 gone back in the first, but a run had already come across at that point. Still no runs across with 1 gone. Here in the second, that one will be ball 4, and that will be the first run to come across in the inning. So the A's will tie things up as Long with an RBI walk.
And with the run outputs that the Fish Sticks put up on Friday and Saturday, we might be in for a track meet between the Athletics and the Seal Slingers here.
That'll bring up the dangerous Daniel Weintraub with the bases loaded. This is not the guy you want to see if you're Harwell at the plate. Weintraub lined out to Isaac Watson at first base his last time up. That one curls in there for strike 1.
I mentioned to Athletics head coach Jeremy Feoro how much we like Daniel Weintraub up here in the booth, and his eyes just lit up. Clearly he loves coaching him and having him on his team.
Here's the 0-1. He just slaps it foul. Another off speed from Harwell.
Big day for him in the season opener between these two teams, but over the weekend, obviously not a lot of high leverage opportunities at the plate for him, but it's kind of just been around. He has a hit in both of those games.
0-2 count now, the first we've seen in a couple batters where Harwell's been ahead in the count. We'll see if he can finish the job. It would be a big second out. And Weintraub will stay alive. As expected, we don't expect him to be an easy out in the 3-hole.
Harwell hasn't had really that put-away pitch, and he still only has 1 strikeout to his name today.
That strikeout was to Austin Halverson to end the top of the first with the bases loaded. 0-2, just low for ball 1. Evan Hellner liked the placement, but we'll keep going.
That's a really good pitch from Harwell, especially when you're ahead 0-2. That's a really nice location. It just missed by a hair.
Here's the 1-2, and Weintraub finally whiffs. Won't be able to take first because the bases are loaded. A big-time strikeout for Wesley Harwell. That'll be out number 2.
You're not going to see too many chases like that out of Daniel Weintraub. And Harwell, I think that was just a really good sequence from him. It kind of set him up to do anything he wanted on 1-2 right there.
They'll bring up Bo Tate. Again, a great day yesterday. Had a couple of hits. Hit a hard ground ball to Jake Rowling his last time up. That was when Tyler Long was gunned down at third base. Again, another ball that Hellner's able to keep in front of him for ball 1. So it's a 2-2 ball game. The A's have put up a run now in both the top of the first and here in the top of the second. The Slingers responded with 2 of their own in the bottom of the first. And as Angus said, we could be in for some fireworks, no pun intended, if these offenses continue this way. That's a 2-0 count out of Tate.
Tate probably looking take sign in most situations right here, especially with Harwell walking a few batters on here in the second inning.
The bases are still juiced. And it's 3-0 now. No open bases for Harwell. A walk here would be the second RBI walk of the inning for the A's.
And that last pitch was pitch number 60 for Wesley Harwell. So you got to think this is probably nearing the end of his day.
Saw Hawthorne, Moody, and Peterson getting ready in the pen. That one will find the zone for strike 1. I think DeGallier is saying do or die right now between Harwell and Bo Tate. With 2 gone and the bases loaded. This will likely be his last batter. Lefty Saito is coming up. That would be a right-on-left matchup. And Tate swings through, strike 2.
It's what we want to see from Harwell right there. Just get back into the count and live in the zone. We've seen quite a few swings and misses from Bo Tate in this weekend series.
3-2, runners are going. Tate swings and misses for strike 3. So Harwell limits the damage. It is a 2-2 ball game here at the Friar going into the bottom of the second.
You ever wonder how Crispy gets to the Friar for games? He uses King County Metro's Rapid Ride H-Line. King County Metro, the official commute of your DubSea Fish Sticks.
Once upon a home in the Issaquah Highlands, the Parkers used Thumbtack for a new kitchen island. Now the pizza is cooking and the kids are excited. Thank goodness for Thumbtack and all it provided. Start your home story on Thumbtack.
Jacob Hayes got a elongated rest in the top of the second. He'll be out for his second inning of work. Washington A's have now put up a run in each of the first and the second inning. It's a tie ball game here at the Friar. There's a good look at Braden Bartholomew, who's getting the day off. He was just tossing baseballs into the crowd for the kids. That is actually not Braden Bartholomew. Braden Bartholomew is still in the crowd.
I was losing it there for a second. I was just like, are there two Braden Bartholomews? Did he clone himself? But no, that was Wesley Harwell hanging out in the dugout. So really good escape from Harwell back in the second inning to strike out a hitter like Bo Tate after falling behind 3-0.
It's almost like there's a Braden Bartholomew impersonator, like the Benson Boone impersonator that we saw throughout the first fish today.
I got to say, the costume was not even that bad.
It really wasn't.
The sparkly suit worked really well. The necklace, it was like a Personal Creations like Mother's Day necklace that you'd get for your mom, but it worked really well. It all came together nicely, and the shades really tied it all together.
So it'll be Daly, Hamada, Turnbow, 6, 7, 8 due up here in the bottom of the second. Daly takes a look at strike one.
Look out.
That almost hit him, almost hit the bat. Every baseball player has done that at least once, where they duck out of the way of a pitch at their head. It somehow finds their bat and into fair territory.
I once did that for a single.
Really?
Yeah. It was like 9U ball, and that happened, and it went perfectly down the third base line, and no one knew what to do, so I just ran to first, and I got a base hit out of it.
Well, Daly is lucky to have that one hold back. That pitch was almost above his head. He almost went around, but it's a 2-1 count now to Daly. Daly, the St. Peter's Peacock, struggling a little bit as of late, started the season nicely, but still trust in the middle of the lineup. And this is lined right to the second baseman, and that'll be out number one. That was Halverson who made the snag.
Yeah, just a lot of backspin on that ball, and Daly gets a touch under it. Now Alex Hamada, who has been hitting really, really well this weekend, will come up.
Again, Hamada was the Thursday hero in that 6-5 victory over the Redmond Dudes with an RBI single up the middle. Swings and fouls off the first pitch.
So interesting to me that both of the second basemen, Alex Hamada and Tyler Eisenhut, who's not in the lineup today, for now, not in the lineup for now, but both of them are starting to swing the stick a whole lot better at the same time. It makes Mark Lynn's job kind of tough with how good both of them are playing.
0-1 bounces before the plate. Again, we've mentioned it every time since then, but somehow Hamada's RBI single and walk-off single evaded 5 infielders. They brought in the center fielder to try to keep the ball in the infield, and it still got through. And that's fouled off. It'll be a 1-2 count now to Hamada. And we got to talk to Hamada in the dugout after the game. We asked him about how it's like to go to college down there in Chaminade in Honolulu. He just frequents the beach on his off days. just prime, vacation spot that he gets to go to all the time. That'll be outside for ball 2, and that's pretty lucky.
Yeah,
it's a great spot.
Elliot Kribbe is going to go coach on the Big Island down in Hilo, and then we've got Alex Hamada on Oahu playing at Chaminade.
Hayes delivers the 2-2. Hamada will foul it off and stay alive.
I think the turning point in Hamada's season has correlated with a change in his two-strike approach. We saw him strike out quite a few times in the early stages of the season, and now he fouls off a lot of two-strike pitches, and that's turned into him getting on base a whole lot more.
He had that RBI single on a full count. He fouled off a pitch right before that. That'll be ball 3. That's a good point with Hamada. We did see him strike out at a higher rate in the beginning of the season than as of late. We actually, when we talked to him about it, he was saying that, hey, okay, I saw the foul ball. I saw it well. It was a line drive that went foul. And then the next pitch was the winning one. And another disciplined approach at the plate, and Hamada will force a walk.
That's the 4th walk of the day for Jacob Hayes, and he gave up 2 in the first. Now a runner on with 1 out in the second. And Beckett Turnbow, who went 3 for 3 against this team back on Friday, will come up.
As you mentioned, did go 3 for 3, also 2 walks, so reached all 5 times he was up. He was kind of overshadowed a little bit by Jake Rolling and Braden Bartholomew's performances on that day, but had a great day, a breakout day as well. He entered the game with just 2 hits on the year and had more in that game than he had in his prior appearances in the summer combined. And going to play at the Division I level next year at New Mexico State after starring at Tahoma High School last season. Now a 2-0 count after the 4th walk of the game for Jacob Hayes.
Isaac Watson is on deck. It's kind of been similar to Turnbow in recent at-bats. He's hitting a whole lot better. We've seen a couple hits from him in his last 3 at-bats.
Hamada will scramble back to first. Saw Rylan Gullard get gunned down at second, and then Evan Hellner got gunned down as well, but smartly held up before getting to second base to allow Luke Parker, who was at third, to come home in a 1st and 3rd scenario. So right now, the Slingers are 0 for 2 on stolen base attempts. Looks like Turnbow's trying to get another signal from Mark Lynn over there at third base.
It's so interesting that Ryder Oswalt is just mowing down runners right now, because on Friday the Seal Slingers had a field day on the bases on Ryder Oswalt, and this has just been anything but that.
So the call ultimately was a hit and run scenario. Hamada was going on the 2-0. He'll have to jog back. Yeah, just can't get over that at bat with Braden Bartholomew when Cade Galen was in the same scenario, but it was 1st and 3rd. And the dudes were letting him go to second base, but 6 straight foul balls. And Cade Galen had to jog back 5 straight times. Hamada stays put. Oswald's going to go to the back pick. Not in time. We've seen that a couple of times from Oswalt.
Ryder Oswalt's got every reason to try any back pick and any throw down he wants right now, because he hasn't really had a throw that wasn't too far off from perfect yet today.
3-1 count with 1 gone for Beckett Turnbow. Hayes freezing Hamada at first. Hamada will stay put. Turnbow, this could be 2. Steps on the bag and throws to first, and that'll end the inning. Nicely done by Sebastian Unai to get the A's out of it. Hayes is scoreless in the bottom of the 2nd. It's 2-2 going to the top of the 3rd. That was much more efficient work from Jacob Hayes that inning, despite the walk.
Yeah, another walk in that inning, but that's a really clean tune from Sebastian Unai. We've seen Julian Unai do that a couple times with the Redmond Dudes of the PIL, and that looked exactly like Julian Unai out in the field. It's funny how that works out, but I mean, another Unai is kind of scary to me, I'll be honest.
The Unais have done some damage against the Sticks this season. So this will be the Fisherman race out there in right field. The guys will go out and race to put on a Fisherman outfit. And then once they do, they will race all the way to the finish line out there in left field. These outfits are usually preposterously big.
Yeah. The player race, we do like a... Oh, he's got to put the overalls on.
He's cheating.
He's cheating.
Oh, no. He's got half the outfit on. And he dropped the hat. I don't even know if that counts
That's
either.
That's like 30% of the outfit that he's got on right now.
Well, that will get the job done.
If it counts, it counts. He found a loophole in the rules today, but...
Get the rules and regulations of
Fisherman
can we get
race. The committee going here at the Friar? Are we part of that? Are we part of the rules and regulations committee for the races here?
I mean, we could ask our great friend Jack Turner right to our left.
Do you have to put the straps on over the shoulders in the Fisherman race? Is that like supposed to be part of it? So they just did the Fisherman race and they didn't put the straps over the shoulders? Are you supposed to? Yeah. Okay, we thought so. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Jack Turner's up here. He's the ticketing services master and the in-arena music operator. So DJ Jack, you could say, he's with us here at the top of the broadcast booth for pretty much every single game. So Jack calls cheating, I call cheating. So Harwell, interestingly enough, is out for another inning of work. Has kind of sludged through the first 2 innings. Has only allowed 2 runs, but there's been plenty of damage on the base pass. That one gets way away from him for ball 1.
Yeah, it just slipped out of the hand, but Sika Saito, a base hit his first time up, and like you said, it is a really welcome sight to see him in the lineup for the A's. We saw him in the season opener, and this is a really good ball player that Washington has.
That'll be outside for ball 2. So it'll be Saito, Sebastian Unai, who just turned that unassisted double play, per se. He stepped on second base before tossing out Beckett Turnbow at first, and then Austin Halverson will be due up. And it's 3-0 to Saito.
Yeah, Harwell has just struggled with the control since starting that second inning. He gave up 3 hits in the first inning alone and has 4 walks, working on a 5th right now.
That will find the zone for strike 1. Did come back from a 3-0 count to sit down Bo Tate to end last inning. He does have 3 strikeouts, and 2 of which have come as inning enders with the bases loaded.
Yeah, he's gotten big outs when he's needed to and really limited the damage.
And that's inside for ball 4, so Saito will reach for a second time already. Got to be thinking with Hawthorne Moody and Ryder Peterson, 2 of the better arms on this team in the bullpen. Harwell's day is imminently coming to an end, but that is something I said last inning as well. So DeGallier and head coach Mark Lynn are going to let him go for at least another batter.
Moody and Peterson being the 2 guys in the bullpen is definitely interesting to me as well. We haven't seen really either of those guys have super long outings. They've been really good, but they haven't had a bunch of length. So Moody and Peterson, a couple guys that you usually see in the later innings of a ball game.
1-0 count now to Unai. Batting in the 6 hole today. That'll just hit the plate and get away from Hellner. You don't see that too often. You could hear the thunk when it hit the plate. And Saito now to second base. This is the 3rd straight inning that the A's have had runners in scoring position and threatening early.
That's a tough break for Harwell. I mean, that pitch didn't miss too badly, and like you said, just boink right off the plate and easy bag for Saito.
And now it's 3-0 to Unai. This is the exact same scenario we've seen the first 2 innings. The leadoff man will get to second base, and then a walk of the second guy will put 2 runners on with nobody out. That's resulted in 2 runs, 1 in each of the first 2 innings for the A's. And the 3-0 misses. That'll be a free base for Unai.
Got to be near the end of the day for Harwell. That was pitch number 72. He threw 2 innings, and looks like there will be a conference on the mound, at least with Hellner. Maybe the Seal Slingers were just counting on a little more length. They're trying to get any juice they can out of Harwell's arm.
Looks like he will stay out there. Halverson's going to come to the dish. He did strike out swinging his last time up. There's head coach Mark Lynn, the interim head coach for the summer after the winningest coach in franchise history, Elliot Kribbe, took a job at University of Hawaii at Hilo. We might have a chance to talk to Kribbe, who is actually in attendance today. He will depart this week for Hawaii, so this will be the last time he'll be in attendance this summer. So after a long visit, Harwell is going to square off with Halverson for the second time. Watson's creeping in over at first, maybe expecting a bunt. Halverson showed it, and it's a ball 1. It's not the first time that we've seen balls thrown from Harwell on that showing bunt sign from A's hitters. Halverson will show again. That'll be low again for ball 2. And Harwell can't find the zone right now.
11 pitches in this 3rd inning, and 10 of them have missed the zone, as it looks like it will be Moody and Peterson warming up in the pen. Both guys that we really like out of this Seal Slingers pen.
2 Whitman guys, the lefty Peterson, the righty Moody. And showing bunt, and ball 3. So that is now 7 straight balls from Wesley Harwell. And he's in danger of loading the bases with nobody gone for the second straight inning. Here's the 3-0. Halverson shows bunt. That one actually finds the zone for strike one.
Look how far Isaac Watson is in right now. They are going all in on this bunt from Halverson.
3-1 incoming. First two base runners have reached. Halverson takes this towards Hamada at second. He'll go to rolling. The double play won't be in time. I think the defense was just a little out of sorts after that bunt shift defense they had put on, but that'll be the first out of the inning regardless.
Yeah, and it's a timely out as well. You can't load the bases with nobody gone for the second inning in a row. And
you can see how far right Hamada was playing at second base there.
Yeah, it kind of caught a break with how he was aligned. That ball went right at him, but there was also a huge hole up the middle. If Halverson just moved that ball to the left a little bit, we're probably talking about a run scoring and nobody gone for the A's.
So Ryder Oswalt comes up first and third with one gone. He swings and fouls off strike one. We've talked about how well he's done behind the dish so far today, especially after a great first inning. Oswalt, he walked and would eventually be touched and out at home by Evan Hellner on a ball that dribbled off the plate from Matsuoka, and Hellner just walked a few steps forward and then touched the plate. That's how Oswalt was out. 0-1. Halverson's going to go to second, and the Slingers will just let him.
We've seen that quite a bit from the Seal Slingers team this year when it's runners on the corners and there's nobody out, there's one out, there's two out. Usually they will not bother with a throw to second.
Now second and third with one gone. The A's have an opportunity to take another lead. Oswalt takes a look at that one in the zone. It's a 1-2 count.
Oswalt worked a walk first time up as well, so might be looking to do the same thing. Even though he's behind in the count, good to see Harwell get ahead right here.
Struck out the last two guys in the last inning with the bases juiced. Can he do it again? Harwell, that's fouled off by Oswald, who will do it again.
That pitch might have missed in. It was right on the pipe on that inside part of the zone. But Oswald, super late swing, just kind of defensively fouls it off.
So we'll do the 1-2 again. Saito at third and Halverson at second. That one just misses and the count will even out.
I think just with the control issues Harwell is having, that's probably why they go to a guy like Hawthorne Moody, especially in this situation. Moody pays rent in the strike zone.
Might have to steal that one. Pays rent in the strike zone. Angus Trangmo classic. That one is out. Well, actually inside for ball three. That got out of Wesley Harwell's hand a little weird, it looked like. Now it's a 3-2 count. We saw Ryder Peterson yesterday close things out pretty breezily.
Breezily?
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
Everyone's
Right back
pulling
at
out
you.
all the stops today.
Here's the 3-2, and Oswald, did he go? He did. Hellner's going to look at third to keep Saito there. Oswald will be gunned down at first, and another big strikeout from Harwell in a big-time spot.
Yeah, he's gotten outs when he's needed them. You got to give him credit for that, and Oswald definitely did go around just barely, but that's a huge strikeout right there, and now with Irola up, Harwell looking to keep this third inning scoreless.
He won't have made it easy for himself if he does. Irola's got a shot. This one's up the middle. Should be easy for Rolling. Makes the throw. Watson's got it for out number 3. So Harwell gets through the top of the third unscathed. The bottom of the third coming up. Tied.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, Crispy.
over 15 years, As You Wish Electric has offered the comprehensive electrical solutions Seattle families trust. We are proud to announce that we can now also serve your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. As we grow, we are committed to delivering the same knowledgeable and friendly experience that earned our spot as the region's top-rated electrical company. Contact As You Wish Electric, Plumbing, Heating, and Air today to learn more.
Took a long time to get through the top of the third inning. Wesley Harwell did come through unscathed, so the score remains at 2 apiece, and it looks like we will have head coach Elliot Kribbe joining us here in the broadcast. Thanks for joining us, Coach.
Hey, great to be here.
And again, I heard that this is the last time you'll be at the stadium before departing down to the University of Hawaii at Hilo. Can you just kind of talk about that opportunity, how excited you are for it, what you come to expect from the job?
Yeah, really excited, and I'll be coming back and forth quite a bit. Recruiting is everything in this game now, and so to be able to, watch our guys, I say our guys still because this, community and this organization is still a huge part of my life. We do have some players that will be coming out and playing for us this next season, so I want to continue to check in with them. So I'll come and go every 3 to 4 weeks. My family will stay here for right now just until I get everything set up, but yeah, we're extremely grateful for the opportunity. I've always wanted to be a head coach at the NCAA level, been an assistant for a long time at some really, really cool places and done that and tasted that rainbow, and now I want to run my own program, and no better place to do it in Hawaii, in my opinion. The allure for kids that want to go there, as soon as I open my mouth and say I'm, at the University of Hawaii, it's almost signed, sealed, delivered at that point, so very excited.
Great baseball weather down there in Hawaii as compared to Spokane, Washington, where I spent a lot of my time. But one thing that popped out, I was looking into your resume before this season. You were at Seattle U. You helped recruit Tarek Skubal. Is that correct? Can you kind of explain that a little bit to us, that experience?
That was one of our first recruiting trips that Coach Nato, who's now the head coach at San Bernardino, a D2 in California. And it was our first trip that we had really taken together, and we went down a day early just to get a lay of the land, and we went to a backfield down in Peoria where the Mariners spring training complex is, and there was a game going on. We see a big left-hander, and granted, everybody asks me the story, like, hey, how'd you get Tarek? And I'm like, well, Tarek was 82 to 86 miles an hour and didn't throw enough strikes. And so it was easier than said than done to be able to get him just based off the fact of, he needed a lot of work. And so through that relationship, he trusted us. The program at the time hadn't won too many games, and so he trusted us to come develop him. And so he came up, and like these guys are getting when I'm on the field, we coach them hard, and it's all about them. And fast forward 3 years later, he's 95, 96 miles an hour. You're having meetings with Scott Boras, the super agent, of Major League Baseball, and he's a 9th-round draft pick. And there was no doubt in my mind that he was going to be a big leaguer. And as a coach, it's like winning the lottery ticket. You just don't really ever have that many amount of guys that are doing what he's doing. I couldn't have predicted that he's doing what he's doing right now, but it doesn't surprise me one bit because you could look in his eyes and you could see the passion and you could see the fire for him to want to compete and want to be great.
Yeah, that's awesome. He's a pretty solid pitcher now, doing well for himself in the major leagues.
$400 million man here pretty soon.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And one last question, at least from my end, but the winningest coach in franchise history over the last 2 and change in seasons. Can you kind of explain what that experience was like being a coach?
It's the players. There's no question about it. When Justin provided the opportunity a couple years ago, we had a relationship years prior to that when I was at the University of Washington. We would send some incoming high school guys like we have right now that are going to go play at Division I schools, and so we would, on occasion send him some players. So we started this relationship, and I always value people that have this vision that maybe hasn't popped yet. And it was the Highline Bears at the time, and there was 40 to 100 people, but you could see, again, with Justin and the similarities with Tarek, that they had this vision, they had this mindset, and here we are today. 3 years now since I have been a part of it, but Justin's been working on this for almost a decade plus. To be a part of it is special. Without our players, without our community, without our host families, you guys that are able to broadcast the message, this is not about me. This is about everybody. And so just to be a small piece of it has been really, really cool. And, I like to coach like to get in the trenches with these guys and build relationships with them, to be able to help them understand the game. I mean, at 41 years old, if I knew what I know now about the game of baseball when they were, when I was their age, 18, 19 years old, I might still be playing in the big league. So it's trying to, fast forward their minds baseball-wise as quickly as we can. So, the winning is a byproduct of having really good players and then those players buying into your message. And so we hope that this will continue. We have provided, a community event for these kids that come in here where they play in front of over 1,000 people. Mm-hmm. And I tell the story all the time that they may never get a chance to be able to do that.
Right.
So we are able to attract some really good players, and I know that will continue.
Awesome. Coach, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the game, and good luck down there in paradise, as we like to say.
I appreciate what you guys do, and it's awesome to see the broadcast, and I truly mean this, that you guys got something special here, and you guys are very talented at what you do, so thank you.
I appreciate that.
You got it.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Appreciate you.
We appreciate head coach Elliot Kribbe coming up to join us. Just as great of a guy as he is a baseball coach, led the team to their first ever PIL championship last season. Looks like I might have caught someone in the ice chest.
Yeah, look out. But, no, just a wonderful guy to talk to, and he's built so he always is like, oh, it's this person that did it or it's this team that did it. But, that banner wouldn't be up in right center field if it wasn't for him. We wouldn't have, all these guys hitting 300, 400 if it wasn't for him. Like,
we wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He has just helped build something so special here in White Center, and to see him leave as a bunter, it's kind of bittersweet just because of how good of a job he's going to go take down in Hawaii.
So Cade Galen saw a full count. Sliding grab out there in left field by Tyler Long. He'll keep Isaac Watson at first for the first out of the inning. Watson was staring down his 10th walk of the season before he got hit by a pitch. So he's at first. Here's another look at Galen, but we talked about Watson and kind of the season he's had. Obviously a lot of talent in the field at third base. Now we see him at first, but hitting-wise, the on-base percentage so different from the batting average.
Yeah, it pops off the page, really, for Isaac Watson. I've never seen a hitter that sees less strikes than Isaac Watson. It's incredible. I don't know how he does it.
Again, 10th walk was imminent before he couldn't get out of the way in time, and it brushed him in the Seal Slinger jersey. He's at first. Again, Kribbe led this team to a 32-9 record last year. They completely dominated the PIL. They won the championship game 18-1. And Gullard's a guy who I believe homered in that championship game. Here's some fans saying we still love you, Kribbe, in the down here in the section down the first base line. Just a great guy overall. Here's the 2-0 to Gullard. Big hack. I'll go foul.
If you're Elliot Kribbe, it's almost like, man, where was this Rylan Gullard last year when I was coaching the entire summer? He's been incredible for the Seal Slingers this year, and working on extending that hitting streak today. Walked the first time up.
It's almost hard to believe he hit less than 200 last year for the Sticks. This one's bounced to third. Irola will get second. Gullard's going to beat out the throw at first. So he'll have a fielder's choice. Kind of shaking his head over there at first base. Didn't really like that at bat. That'll be out number 2.
That's a pitch that he's punished before, and he just got on top of it. It almost chopped over the head of Irola off of the short turf here at the Friar, but he's on first, and he already tried to steal second and was unsuccessful today.
This will bring up Jake Rolling. I've done the rolling pun once. I don't know if that really describes what he's done at the plate over the last week or so. Gullard got a great jump off of that ball that hit off Ryder Oswald, so he'll get to second.
Any ball that doesn't go straight into the mitt of a catcher, Gullard is really good about getting those jumps, and Oswald had to rush himself back there, didn't even get to pick up the ball.
It's also so interesting to hear Kribbe talk about how he helped recruit Tarek Skubal, who at one point was piping 82 miles an hour to 86 miles an hour before he he got to Seattle U, which is pretty hard to believe at this point.
You saying 82 to 86 doesn't throw a lot of strikes, and it's just like, are we talking about the same guy? Like, I think I saw him throw 103 one time.
Yeah, he's a machine now with the Tigers. Obviously, this season a little bit rougher than last because he's dealt with some injuries, but last year he was just phenomenal. Rolling pops this to Mars. It's going to be a tough play. Irola's going to miss it, and it'll stay a fair ball.
Oh, my gosh.
That is not one you see often. He just dropped it foul, but he caught it in fair territory, or tried to catch it in fair territory.
I mean, Jake Rolling gets on base again. What can you say? Obviously not his best-looking hit that right there that gets him on base. That will 100% go down as an error credited to Irola, but he just finds ways on base, I guess.
When you're on, you're on. And we talked about it yesterday, kind of a bloop single, and that's another instance. And this is not the guy you want to see either, any of the top 3 guys in the lineup. But Luke Parker right now has 5 RBIs in his last 3 at-bats, including one earlier today, which was a double into deep left center field that would end up scoring Rolling. Another first and third, you got to expect the Slingers are going to want some action here on the base paths.
Yeah, Rolling was on first for that last double from Parker and scored really easily. So Luke Parker, who just, anytime he makes contact with it, it just pops off his bat.
Here's the 1-0. That'll find the zone. Rolling held up at first. So Parker had no extra base hits going into the 5th inning yesterday before ripping a double to the deepest part of the park and center to clear the bases, and then collecting another double here in the 1st.
Oh, big lead for Rolling.
Huge lead for Jacob Rolling, who ended up staying, but he was more than a quarter way down the baseline on that lead.
Obviously, foul ball didn't end up mattering as there's a look at Jackson Dooley. I think he might go up there with all 3 bats next time with how much he's been walked recently.
One-two incoming with 2 down. That'll miss the plate and get past. Gollard's going to gun for home. He got a great jump, and he'll slide in safely. So the Slingers will take the 3-2 lead. That one bounced past Ryder Oswalt, and a great jump from Gollard.
Yeah, Rylan Gollard, I think, still is the only guy on the Seal Slingers or opposing teams that has scored on a pass ball at home plate, and he's done it twice now. And that's just a great jump. I don't think Jacob Hayes on the mound is really expecting him to break for home either, and he wasn't covering the bag, and it turns into the go-ahead run here in the 3rd for the Slingers.
2-2. This one's popped up. Should be an easy out. Running in from center is Matsuoka. He'll get the job done. But Rylan Gollard scores on a pass ball. It is now 3-2 here at the Friar. The Slingers and the A's, they're battling here in the first three innings. A little not like we've seen over the past 2 games.
Yesterday's game was pretty close in the early stages. It was 5-3 at one point, and from there, the Fish Sticks rattled off 8 unanswered runs and really made that a dominant performance as well. But with Hawthorne Moody coming into this game for the Seal Slingers, I think we're going to see much less walks just with how he pitches, and a lot more competitive at-bats between these 2 teams. We've seen quite a few free passes for the A's today, and Hawthorne Moody famously doesn't give up a lot of those.
So Moody's going to come in. That'll relieve Wesley Harwell, who took a long time to get through the top of each of his 3 innings of work, but only came away with just 2 earned. So Moody, the Whitman College guy, is going to come in. We saw him come in an incredibly difficult situation the last time he came in to pitch, and he got out of it in the best way possible.
Yeah, 3-pitch strikeout on a guy that was 3 for 4 coming into that at-bat with the bases loaded and 2 down in the top of the 10th inning. That's about as big as it gets for a pitcher at home. And the Seal Slingers ended up putting that one away in the bottom half of the 10th inning. It's probably the biggest strikeout of the year for any pitcher this year, and we've seen a lot of high leverage outings for Hawthorne Moody. He's a guy that this team likes to turn to in a big spot, but Moody, I think this was probably the earliest he's come into a game by quite a big margin, coming in for the 4th inning.
This will be his 8th appearance. That's tied for second on the team. Has a 5.4 ERA and 8 1/3 innings pitched, but I think that's a little inflated. In the 9th inning against the Redmond Dudes a couple of weeks ago, he did let up 4 earned. It was not the Hawthorne Moody we were used to seeing. But otherwise, other than that outing, he has been sensational this summer for the Fish Sticks. And now for the Seal Slingers, he'll be coming in to relieve Harwell.
Yeah, and you're just going to see him pump the strike zone a whole lot. And with the top of the order coming back up for the A's, I think that's what the Seal Slingers need out of their pitchers here.
So Hawthorne Moody coming up to face 10-1-2 in the lineup. Again, not something you say very often. That'll be ball 1 to Retkowski. Retkowski forced a walk, one of 4 that Harwell issued in his 3 innings of work. That'll be outside for ball 2.
I mean, no reason for Retkowski to swing until he gets a pitch he sees. He walked pretty easily the first time up, and he's ahead 2-0 here.
Swings at the high cheese on 2-0. Maybe a bit of a gift for Hawthorne Moody. You could hear the reaction from Angus on that one.
I mean, if you've already had a walk in the game and you're ahead 2-0, I'm waiting until I see a strike in that situation, especially with how high that pitch was.
That one finds the bottom of the zone. Now Hawthorne Moody, that might be the momentum he needed. It's now evened out at 2 apiece.
That off speed is so good for him, and he can really command it better than a lot of guys in this bullpen.
2-2 on the quarter, called strike 3. So great recovery after the first 2 balls in that at-bat to Retkowski, and Hawthorne Moody sits him down.
Yeah, and Harwell only struck out 3 in 3 innings, so wasn't really looking for strikeouts. And we haven't seen Moody really look for strikeouts this season either, but he's starting to kind of add that to his game as a Seal Slinger this summer.
His 5th strikeout now in 8 2/3 innings of work for Moody. That one is outside. They'll get past Hellner. Back to the top of the order with Jaden Matsuoka here in the 4th.
Yeah, Matsuoka hasn't hit a ball past 3 feet today. A couple of choppers that barely got by home plate to start his day.
First one, Hellner threw down to Watson, who would eventually drop it. As this one is very different from the 3-foot grounders we saw in the first 2 at-bats. That one's lined to center field for a base hit.
Yeah, that's a really good piece from Matsuoka. Times it up beautifully, and that is a hot shot into center field. And he reaches base for the 3rd time today. One of them was a fielder's choice, and one of them was an error. So not his best day at the plate so far, but he's on base for the 3rd time today, and he's electrifying on the base paths.
I haven't seen him take off just yet. He'll stay put as Tyler Long takes a look at ball 1. Long has had a nice bounce-back game. He really struggled through the first 3 games of the season series. He was just 2 for 11. Had a double down the 3rd baseline back in the 1st, and he walked in his last at-bat in the 2nd. That's outside for ball 2.
But he also fell behind 2-0 to Retkowski, but was able to bounce back, and that's what makes him so good, is he doesn't lose a lot of batters, even when he falls behind in counts.
Moody takes a look at Matsuoka, who will hold up again. That'll find the corner for strike 1. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen Matsuoka as aggressive on the base paths. We've seen him take off first pitch every single time in the last 2 games of the series that he's been on.
It's not like Moody is the hardest thrower in this bullpen either. It would give Matsuoka a little bit of time to make up some ground, which he does really well.
That off speed misses the plate for ball 3. So Long will take a look, get some signs. In a 3-ball count, you expect to see Matsuoka take off here?
I don't know. It's been weirdly conservative for him, but at some point I do expect him to go.
Doesn't go there. That'll be strike 2. A count will fill up.
Now full count, I think they'll send him. They sent him yesterday and it turned into a line-out double play, so maybe that's playing a role in him staying at first a little more today.
Here's the payoff pitch to Tyler Long. Moody delivers, and Long will live to see another day.
Tyler Long, I mean, he's been at the top of the lineup for every single game of the season series, and we haven't really seen that kind of caliber bat, but I think today already has been his best performance at the plate of the series.
Another 3-2 incoming. Matsuoka takes off. Same position as his double in the first, and Long is going to leg this out for another one. Matsuoka got the head start. Cade Galen, another speedster out and left, covered a lot of ground to keep him at third. But Tyler Long is having a day right now, his second double of the game.
Yeah, now it's far and away his best performance of the season series, and that's another ball that's just roped off Hawthorne Moody. And after 3 innings of Wesley Harwell getting into some traffic, now Moody facing the same thing. Runners on third and second, and 1 out for Daniel Weintraub.
So the A's have had multiple runners in scoring position now 4 straight innings. They have only managed to plate just 2. But another opportunity for the A's to bounce back here in the 4th. They got within 3 yesterday going into the 5th inning before the Slingers went haywire from there offensively en route to a 13-3 win. So Hawthorne Moody facing some traffic right now, and Daniel Weintraub, who has not really gotten things going at the plate, is up. Very dangerous hitter. That'll be low for ball 1.
Very uncharacteristic chase for a strikeout. Weintraub's last time up.
Lined out to first, and Cade back in the second. Moody takes a deep breath. That off speed that has been working so far for him this summer misses the plate for ball 2.
Boy, Evan Hellner has just been all over the place behind the plate today, and there's another one where he's got to scoot outside and keep that one in front of him.
Here's the 2-0 from Moody. This one's taken towards rolling at short. He's just going to go to first, so run will score. And that'll tie things up, but nicely done by Rolling to get the out.
And the A's punch back once again. Both of these teams kind of just stride for stride today. We've already seen the lead change hands into a tie 3 times. It was Washington 1-0, then Slingers 2-1, and then the A's tied it up at 2 in the second. Then the Slingers took the lead back in the third, and now we're back to a tie ball game here in the 4th.
Tate to the right side. Alex Hamada's right there. He'll make the throw to Watson for out number 3. Going to the bottom of the 4th, though, the Washington A's have tied things up here at the Friar.
Went back to the kitchen to give our famous spicy chicken sandwich a total upgrade. More crunch, more flavor, with heat that just hits. Is this our best spicy chicken ever? Looks like a yes to me. Spicy chicken just got better at Wendy's.
They always say, think happy thoughts. It's easy when you're a Wendy's cookie dough frosty fusion. I'm an instant dopamine hit. Get it? Dope-amine? Like cookie dough. I said like cookie dough! Happiness is a cookie dough frosty fusion at Wendy's.
So the in-venue song vote has commenced here as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Tied 3-3 as it was a Taylor Swift song off. Now Love Story blaring on the speakers. Angus, how into the Taylor Swift wedding scenes were you with her and Travis Kelce out in MSG?
I saw that the if you watch NFL football on Sundays in the fall and winter, like I do, and I'm sure Kyle does, I saw that the rules analyst for Fox, Dean Blandino, was at the wedding, which is just hilarious to me. And that's about as far as I got.
Yeah.
Out of all the people, the rules guy on Fox, Dean Blandino, made an appearance at the wedding, and I thought that was funny. That's about all the research I did on that wedding.
Yeah, and Kevin Burkhardt as well. Again, a very esteemed play-by-play guy for Fox was also there. But yeah, I would agree with you. That is something that I saw that was a little interesting.
That's hilarious.
Not sure how Dean Blandino and Taylor Swift would eventually cross paths, but here we are. And it is Martinez now on the mound. This is the first time we've seen, actually, it's not the first time we've seen him this series because we caught him eating a hot dog in the dugout.
Oh, wow.
In the series opener. And now
right,
now he's here on the mound. Coming in relief of Jacob Hayes here in the bottom of the fourth. So it'll be 4, 5, 6 due up. Hellner, Dulé, and Jake Daly. And we were trying our dandiest to find out Martinez's first name from the roster sheet that they gave us when he was eating hot dogs in the bullpen or in the dugout, and we still cannot come up with the first name. So Martinez will take the mound. It's 1-1 to Hellner.
I am actively researching it right now as well. We will figure it out at some point. Oh,
that
wow.
would have been a great play by Unai, but it just came out of the glove. Boy, that would have been one of the better plays we've seen this summer. But Hellner is aboard. I don't know if they're going to be able to mark that as an error.
That's just an impossible play for Sebastian Unai out there, and kind of got flashbacks to Julian Unai killing the fish sticks when he went up for that ball, but it did a full rotation around in his mitt and then just scooped right out, and another single for Evan Hellner this summer.
Dulé, first pitch swinging, and that's a great sight for Jackson Dulé. Finally gets a bat around to a baseball. He's on the first pitch he sees.
All it takes is one pitch. Obviously, he's been raring to swing. He's already been walked 6 times in this weekend series, and his first hit against the A's over the holiday weekend.
9th hit of the summer for Dulé. The first 2 batters are now aboard against Martinez. That'll bring up Jake Daly. Daly lined out to the second baseman, Austin Halverson, his last time up. Still trying to find his way at the plate over the last week or so. He rips this into the ice chest. Watch out. Ooh. That's the second time that we've seen that. Gotta watch out when you're over there in the ice chest. It's a great place to watch the game. It's also a great place to catch a foul ball.
So Alex Martinez is on the mound right now. Alex Martinez from Mount Si High School, where the Northwest Honkers play their home games.
There we go. Investigative detective.
Yeah.
Angus
That's what they're teaching us at the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication down at Arizona State University. Nothing but the best down there.
Were you part of the investigation into Kirk Kriisa?
Yes. I will claim that because that was pretty funny when I saw that.
Daly, this is a great bunt. Martinez can't get the job done. Daly will get to first, and the bases are now loaded with nobody gone.
Textbook bunt from Jake Daly, of all people. I think that's the last guy that we were expecting to lay down a bunt like that, but it perfectly finds the gap between Irola and Martinez at third, and no one able to cover first in time. Now the bases are loaded, nobody out. If you're the A's, you've let up a couple big innings to the Seal Slingers already this weekend. You cannot let this one get out of hand.
Alex Hamada has been Mr. Clutch when it comes to these situations, as coined by teammate Noah Kuhn. And Kuhn is not wrong. As Martinez delivers, it's a little bit of a funky delivery. It's a little bit different than what we've seen. from opposing teams this summer. That's low for ball one.
Hamada's just been a lot more selective at the plate. We talked about this last time he was up, but that is kind of correlated with his better bat as of late.
He'll foul that one off. So 1-1 count now. So Hellner led it off with what we will call up here a single that just bounced off the glove of Sebastian Unai. Would have been a fantastic web gem out there in shallow left. And then Dulé first pitch swinging a single to the same spot in the left side of the outfield. That one reached the grass pretty safely. And then Jake Daly, a beautiful bunt to get to first. Count now 2-1 to Hamada.
Yeah, and already 3 hits here in the 4th inning for the Seal Slingers.
Definitely a different way to get 3 hits based on Hellner and Daly. It's the first bunt single we've had for Daly this summer. We've seen a lot of bunt singles. Hamada laid down the best bunt of the year. He fouls that one back. There's a ball that sat right on the third base line in the turf. It was also in a bases loaded scenario.
Hold on. So I'm looking up Alex Martinez, doing some research, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I found an Othello High School baseball player, Zaven, XZYYVN.
Wow.
Is that a first-team All-Namer, and he doesn't even play in the league?
That really could be. This is confirmed Alex Martinez, though, as Hamada takes this towards 2. Halverson's going to go home, and it's in time. He is out. Evan Hellner couldn't beat the ball. Great play by Halverson, heads up to save a run.
Yeah, Hellner, not the fastest guy on the team either. Halverson knows that, went the infield all the way in. Charges that really well, and the throw to Oswald is in time. Still bases loaded, but a big out for the A's.
Beckett Turnbow looking to build on a big weekend, and especially that big game he had on Friday here with the bases loaded. Martinez ran into some trouble early, got out of it against Hamada. Can he do the same here against Turnbow? Turnbow's going to come around to bunt. This is another beauty. No play at home, and Turnbow's aboard. The throw gets away. Daly's going to come home as well, so 2 come across. And just beautiful execution from Turnbow. And it is now 5-3 Slingers.
Bunts don't get much better than that for Beckett Turnbow, and that ball did go out of play, so he will get second base. 2 runners in scoring position. Just a great placement on that bunt, and the throw from Martinez airmails into the net, covering up the fishing dock down the line, and Braden Bartholomew will now come up.
So Bartholomew, we thought...
Turnbow's going to go back to first, actually.
Yes.
So it looks like that ball did stay in play, but Braden Bartholomew, even with Turnbow on first, this is one of the last guys you want to see if you're the A's right now.
Turnbow sent 2 deep shots over the left field fence on Friday. Team leading 4 homers on the year. He was struggling in the 5 games previously. Coming into that one was just 1 for 15. Came in, belted 2 homers, also had a sac fly on his way to a 6 RBI day. That's the most amount of RBIs a player on the Slingers has had in a game this year. And he comes in for Isaac Watson. First pitch swinging. This one's popped up right at Bo Tate at first. Someone's got to call it. And man, that could have gotten ugly. Halverson came away, and Bo Tate saved the day.
Yeah, you can see he lost his glasses. Now Turnbow ran towards second, and kind of a weird sequence there, but it looks like he'll be safe back at first base. But
that was a weird one.
That was very odd what just happened right here.
You could see the anticipation brewing from the faithful here at the Friar as Halverson just kept going and going right towards Tate, who had the best line at the ball the whole way. After all that, there's 2 gone. That'll bring up Cade Galen. Galen hitting in the 10-hole. Has an opportunity to extend this lead. He takes a look at strike 1.
Runners on the corners, we've seen the Seal Slingers send the runner on first quite a bit this year, and Turnbow has some wheels as well, so don't be surprised if he breaks for second at some point.
Galen saw a marathon at bat against Jacob Hayes, one that Hayes would eventually win. Turnbow's going. Martinez got it. Now it's a pickle. And now Unai's looking at first. He's looking at third. Tate doesn't know what to do now. And now Hamada takes off for home. There's no play at home. And Turnbow is going to get to second. Oh, he's not. So that'll be the end of the inning. Hamada will come across. That run will count. But my goodness.
What in the world? I mean, Turnbow, it looked like if he really committed over there at second, he might have been safe. But instead, he works it into a pickle and ends up scoring Hamada from first. This was a long one as well, because obviously the A's kind of had to keep tabs on Hamada at home, and he scores easily before Turnbow is tagged out at second. And Hawthorne Moody will come up, and Crispy is just getting gassed today.
Wow. Crispy, we had to show that replay. It was a great replay, and my goodness, he is getting thumped in the Crispy race. Man, he's just given up. This has not been a great performance. I don't know why he's high-fiving the Orca. There is nothing to celebrate
Ethan
here.
thinks he can beat Crispy, and he definitely can.
Ethan absolutely dusted Crispy. Well, boy, get some plyometrics, get some.
We need to get him doing some box jumps at some point, because there is no explosiveness in Crispy's feet right now.
We had a pickle that turned into a run, which Becca Turnbow almost beat out at second base. As we're showing the replay, the Crispy race is going on. He's behind by 20 paces, and Ethan thought he could beat Crispy and absolutely annihilated him.
He can, for sure.
I think the losses are going up to double digits now for Crispy in the Crispy race.
And you can score that at home, that last sequence, as a 2, 6, 3, 4, 3, 6, 3, 4, out.
Awesome.
That ended up scoring a run as well.
So after all that, Sika Saito will put this out of play. And interestingly enough, that is not the first time that scenario has happened. We saw Peyton Barsotti score from third with 2 gone. Rylan Gullard forced a pickle. Barsotti crossed with 2 outs in a first and third scenario. The run did count before Gullard was eventually out. So Hawthorne Moody evens up the count at 1-1. We always say you see something new at the Friar every day, and that last half inning was pretty chaotic.
Yeah. This has been just a weird game overall. It's just a lot of zany stuff happening. That's the second time that a runner has been out at second and then gotten into a pickle in order for the runner at third to come home.
The ninth game in 9 days for the Slingers there. You know what?
Just trying stuff right now, really.
Anything going on the base paths. That one clanks off Hellner's helmet. So Saito has had a lot of success in this one. He's reached both times via the walk in the third and a single in the first. Nice to see him back in the lineup after he missed a couple of games due to injury. 1-2 from Moody. Saito might have swung at ball 2. He fouls it off.
Yeah, that probably would have missed, but A's are doing a much better job today of fouling off 2-strike pitches, and we've seen quite a few chases from this lineup this weekend, and we've definitely seen that cut back so far this weekend, or at least today from this weekend.
That'll even up the count at 2 apiece to Saito, who's been a tough out. Two-two. Saito takes this towards shortstop. Rolling's got it. He'll fire across the diamond for out number 1.
Yeah, we've seen some defensive struggles for Jake Rolling in the midst of just a generational heater at the plate. We've seen him make a couple errors, and it's been a really clean game for him out in the field. He's been busy, and he had a dive that saved a run earlier in this game, and every play that has been asked of him, he's made.
Moody gets the first out. This is right back at Rolling. He can't make the catch. And Sebastian Unai, good piece of hitting. He'll be aboard.
That's a really hard hit ball from Unai, and he builds on what has been a really good day for him.
First pitch he sees, that was just lined the other way, and more Unai damage to the Sticks. Now the Slingers. And Austin Halverson will step to the plate. Halverson whiffs a good-looking off-speed pitch from Hawthorne Moody for strike one.
Hawthorne Moody's off-speed, when he starts off batters with it, it gets so many chases, and Halverson, another victim right here.
So Unai at first. The A's have had multiple runners in scoring position all 4 innings. This one's popped up in the air. Turnbow shielding the sun, and he won't make the play. But the play will be made at second base. Nice heads up from Jake Rolling to get the lead runner. But just more absolute chaos happening. I can't even explain it, but that is a tough battle with Turnbow battling the sun there. We take another look.
Just weirdness everywhere on the field today. And once again, another really good defensive play by Rolling today. Just sits right behind Turnbow, and that ball hits the turf. He knows exactly what to do. Good stretch from Hamada over at second to get the fielder's choice. A fielder's choice on that one.
Yeah, that's one way to score that. A ball hit in the air that probably should have been caught. That's ball one now to Ryder Oswalt. There's Ryder Peterson signing some baseballs. Saw him in the pen, haven't seen him do any additional work since then. He was in the bullpen with his college teammate Hawthorne Moody, who's on the mound, and has 2 gone here in the top of the 5th. Hellner will go to first. Bartholome now at first base. He pinch hit for Isaac Watson.
Makes you think that maybe Watson is starting to go in the bullpen. We've seen that a couple times this year where Watson will start at first and then Bartholome comes in and Watson takes the bump.
So 2-0 count now to Ryder Oswalt. Oswalt worked a walk back in the second before striking out swinging in a deep count against Harwell. So 3-0 count now to Oswalt, looking for his second walk of the game. And Moody drills him. That can't feel good. And Oswalt will gingerly walk to first.
Another runner in scoring position for the A's today. I believe they've had a runner in scoring position in all 5 innings of this one.
Both Wesley Harwell, the starting pitcher, and Hawthorne Moody have done well to mitigate the damage. And the A's have presented plenty of it so far through the first half of this game. That one slid in there for strike one. So 0-1 count now, 2 gone. Oswald at first and Halverson at second. 6-3 lead for the Slingers after 3 were plated in the bottom of the 4th. Off speed, tried to catch a piece of the zone, but couldn't. Irola walked and scored a run back in the second inning. He also grounded out to Jake Rolling at short the inning after. That one misses for ball 2. It's been a weird last 20 minutes or so of real time in this ball game. Seen a couple pickles. We saw a fielder's choice. Seen a couple runs scored on those pickles. We almost saw a collision at first base on a routine pop-up. We just saw Beckett Turnbow lose the ball in the sun, and then Jake Rolling recovered for a fielder's choice. It's been everything.
Everything that can possibly happen on a baseball field seemingly has happened in this game. We might be waiting on like a catcher's interference. We saw an umpire interference that also turned into an out on Ryder Oswalt yesterday. That maybe that's not checked off the list yet.
We saw 2 umpire interferences yesterday, interestingly enough. Here's the 2-2 with 2 gone. Moody takes a look at second, fires in. That one just missed. good location, but the count will even out, or the count will fill up now. Evan Hellner has been busy behind the dish, keeping balls in front of him. 3-2 with 2 gone. The runners will be moving on the base paths. Moody, long look at second, delivers the 3-2. This one's hit well down the third base line, and it gets down for a base hit. Halverson will come home. He'll come through to score. Oswald gets to third base. And an RBI single for Gio Irola. It is now 6-4.
A's not going away in the early stages of this one. That's another good piece of hitting from the Athletics today. And Galen was shifted a little towards center. Maybe if he's playing true left field, he makes that play, but a tough play for any left fielder. And smart of him to not try and lay out, make that play, and give Irola an extra base and bring in another run.
Hawthorne Moody will fire in for ball 1 now to the bottom of the lineup in Adam Retkowski. So the A's just will not go away here on this Sunday matchup in the series finale. They've been blown out both times in the first 2 games. A 27-3 combined score. So now the count evened at 1 apiece to Retkowski. Moody delivers. That one gets past Hellner. Oswald's breaking for home, and he's going to get there safely. Hellner kind of saying my bad a little bit to Hawthorne Moody, but now it's just a 1-run ball game.
I think Hellner didn't expect Ryder Oswald to break and go to home with just how short the backstop here at the Friar, but Ryder Oswald's great day continues. That time reads Hellner like a book, maybe catcher on catcher crime right there. Oswald knows what Hellner's thinking back there better than anyone, and he takes the bag, and we've got a 1-run game.
Retkowski thought about it but held back. It's a 3-1 count. The A's have played it 2 here in the top of the 5th to make this a 1-run game. Turnbow, tough play. He'll fire and get the 3rd out of the inning. It's 6-5 here after 2 runs come across for the A's, who are staying and keeping it close here at the Friar.
Wendy's went back to the kitchen to give our famous spicy chicken sandwich a total upgrade. More crunch, more flavor, with heat that just hits. Is this our best spicy chicken ever? Looks like a yes to me. Spicy chicken just got better at Wendy's.
They always say, think happy thoughts. It's easy when you're a Wendy's cookie dough frosty fusion. I'm an instant dopamine hit. Get it? Dope-amine? Like cookie dough. I said like cookie dough! Happiness is a cookie dough frosty fusion at Wendy's.
Oh, Audrey, look over there.
Where? Oh, a whole herd of reindeer beers.
Not herds, Audrey. Rainier's come in 6-packs.
Oh,
Wake up, Harley.
Harley, look at the reindeers. Oh, they're just so fresh and friendly.
Six to 5 ball game here. The Slingers still lead it, but the A's are creeping back up. So the bottom of the 5th here. It's been a long first half of the game. A lot of interesting intricacies going on the baseball field right now.
Yeah, we've already got 2 pickles, both of which scored runs for the Seal Slingers. We had a pop fly fielder's choice in the infield. We had a ball popped up by Jake Rolling that was dropped in fair territory and landed in foul territory and ruled a fair ball, which you don't see a whole lot of. We've seen 2 guys score on passed balls on the shortest backstop of all time, and it's just been like, whenever you think it's weird, it's gotten weirder. But the A's kind of just taking advantage of the chaos and just finding ways to hang around so far.
So the A's have plated runs in the 1st, the 2nd, the 4th, and then 2 in the 5th. They've been consistent on offense putting runners in scoring position. They're right in this ball game as Cade Galen takes a look at strike one. It'll be Galen, Gullard, and then Jake Rolling. So 10-1-2 due up. The Slingers have had no problems scoring in this series. They put up 14 and 13 apiece on Friday and Saturday.
Right now they seem on pace to do just that today. They've got 6 runs through 4 innings.
So Galen was up last inning before the 2-out pickle ensued. Alex Amato would eventually come around to score, but Beckett Turnbow got caught in a pickle after he tried to leave early on a stolen base. This is the quote-unquote second time that Galen will see Alex Martinez, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, got to be interesting to kind of regroup your mind in an 0-0 count, especially after you get 2 or 3 pitches deep on Martinez last inning.
1-2, that got way out of him. Couldn't come around on it off speed. The count will even out.
That's something to note as well as Jaden Mizuno gets ready to go in the Seal Slingers bullpen. We've seen a lot of pitches, kind of just waste pitches that have been way up, way high, way outside, whatever you want to say.
2-2 incoming. That's high for ball 3. So the wind has been picking up. Probably the most amount of wind we've seen in a good amount of time. Still a pristine day. Nowhere near as close as windy as the Central Washington road trip we went on to Yakima and Wenatchee. 3-2 off the zone, and the speedy Cade Galen will be aboard to lead off the inning.
Yeah, and runners on for Rylan Gullard and presumably Jake Rolling right after that, assuming that Gullard does not ground into a double play right here. But with Gullard rolling and then Luke Parker, who's swinging a really hot stick right now, due up, the Seal Slingers in the part of the lineup that has done so much damage all summer, but especially this weekend.
Gullard, this one's to Unai. Kalen was stumbling back to first, and Gullard is in a little bit of danger of not extending an 18-game hitting streak.
Ball was hit pretty hard, just right in Sebastian Unai's direction. We've already seen him flash the leather a couple times today. Now Jake Rolling will come up.
Rolling is hitless so far today, which is not what we've come to expect over the last week or so for the scorching hot Jake Rolling. He came in to today 7 for his last 8 over the first 2 games of this series. This one will get past Oswalt, and Galen will stride into second base.
So many pass balls today as well. It's just been kind of a byproduct of a few wild pitchers coming in, and even Hawthorne Moody, who usually likes to live in the strike zone and pitch to contact, had a few pass balls to his name.
Here's the 1-0 from Alex Martinez to the Gonzaga commit Jake Rolling. Go Zags. 1-0, Rolling will want that one back. He's a little frustrated. That one was left out on the plate.
I have a feeling he will probably get another one of those pitches just with how patient he is at the plate. He kind of makes pitchers come to him in a sense, and that's why he's got so many walks this year.
Again, forced his 12th walk in 11 games. Back in the first, he would come around to score on a double from Luke Parker. Martinez looking at Cade Galen, at second. Galen will stay put. Nice piece of work behind the dish by Oswalt.
With how Oswalt has been throwing, I mean, Galen was almost halfway to third right there, but probably smart of him to stick around at second, especially with a bat like Rolling at the plate.
So 2-1 count now to Rolling. Gullard was retired for the first out of the inning, a line out to the shortstop Sebastian Unai. Martinez didn't like what he sees. He's going to step off the mound.
I wouldn't like what I see if I see Jake Rolling in the batter's box, too. I'm going to be honest.
Again, just for a reminder what his stats were coming into this one, 556 with a 675 on base percentage and an OPS of 1527. And, maybe that's a small sample size. Well, he's played in 11 games and has 40 plate appearances. So I mean, just look at that. That is comical numbers for 11 games. Also has 13 RBIs, which is right near the top of the team leaderboard. He missed the first couple of weeks of the season with an ankle injury. Here's the 3-1. Rolling takes a look, and that'll fill up the count.
Like you said earlier in this game, he likes deep counts, and he'll see a lot of pitches. Most times he's up there, and he finds himself in another full count here.
Martinez trying to win the battle with Rolling. Galen will take off. That'll be ball 4, the second walk of the game for Rolling. And now it'll be first and third with one gone.
Yeah, and Luke Parker has thrived in these situations this weekend. Already scored Rolling from first on a double earlier in this game, and any fly ball is probably going to score Galen from third.
Now there's fan interactions every time Luke Parker, as Luke chants, fill out the crowd here at the Friar. And I think if you're Luke Parker, you got to be pretty happy with where you're at in the lineup, because Gullard and Jake Rolling are pretty much always aboard. And you get tons of opportunities to plate base runners when hitters like that and speed like that are always on the base paths. He's going to try to back pick over. Galen's going to take a look at that one. He'll stay at third.
Bo Tate almost had to turn into a catcher on that ball. It skipped in from Oswald, and he just had to put his body on the line to keep that in front of him, because if it gets by in any fashion, Cade Galen's scoring from third. He was ready to go, and he can fly.
Evan Hellner's waiting on deck, another big hitter for this team. Parker's going to foul that one off. He's going to shake his head a little bit. It's a 1-1 count. So Parker was yesterday's stick of the game after going 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs, including a bases clearing double back in the 5th. He would also get on the mound. He's one of the few two-way players for this team, and strike out 2 across one inning of scoreless baseball. Rolling's going to take off. The throw from Oswald is going to be cut off to make sure that Galen doesn't get home. That could have been our third pickle of the game in a first and third scenario, but this time Alverson was like, I'm not doing this, and he cut that one
Yeah, they're
off.
probably tired of that, to be honest, and they're probably tired of the Seal Slingers plating runs on those pickles as well. It's another runners on the corner situation, and we've already seen 2 instances where DubSea brought in a run after sending a runner to second and having a runner on third.
So 2 are now available for Luke Parker to bring in. It's a 3-1 count. And Parker had an RBI double back in the first that scored Rolling. He also stole third in that same inning. So he had 5 RBIs over the course of 3 at-bats going back to yesterday at that point. This one's ripped towards left field, and that'll get through. Another RBI will come in for Luke Parker. Cade Galen will score. Rolling held up at third, and man, Luke Parker is on a scorcher right now.
How about the weekend Luke Parker is putting together? 4 runs batted in yesterday, and now 2 already in this one, and that's just through the right part of the infield on the left side, and Galen scores easily. I thought Rolling might get sent home, but that was definitely the smart move. Keep him over there. Now another runners on the corner situation, and we've seen the Slingers create some chaos in these situations already today.
So Hellner, we talked about some hot bats coming in. We highlighted Hellner in the opening. He wasn't in the lineup yesterday. He's hitting just shy of 400 on the year and takes a big swing at strike 1.
It's a lot of singles for this team, and I don't think he was thinking single right there. We're going to have a mound visit. I think that pitch might have caught too much of the plate, and they're going to have a chat. No action in the A's bullpen, so Martinez is going to stay in this game. But with a hitter like Evan Hellner up, I think this is a smart move. Noah Benedict is also on deck for the Slingers, replacing Jackson Dulé, who already has a hit in this one.
So Luke Parker has now plated 6 in his past 2 games. We're still not done yet here in game number 2 after 4 RBIs yesterday and 2 here today for the guy going to Colorado School of Mines down there in Golden. We've had a few conversations about the ore diggers, and A lot of RMAC representation, if you're familiar with the RMAC, on this Fish Sticks team. Kenji Bray also goes to the Colorado School of Mines. Noah Benedict, who's on deck, is headed to Colorado Christian.
Rodrigo Montano also heading to the Colorado School of Mines, another RMAC guy.
Just a couple of smart cookies on this team because Mines is a great engineering school. So here's the 0-1 after the mound visit to Hellner, who took an enormous hack on the first pitch of the at-bat. And now it's a 1-1 count.
Yeah, Martinez allowed 3 in the 4th and then already 1 here in the 5th with only 1 gone. It's interesting to see that the A's are leaving him out there and not even getting a bullpen arm ready right now.
This one's popped into the air. Could be tough with the sun. Irola is going to call everyone off and make the grab for out number 2.
A big out to not force a fly ball right there to Evan Hellner. Not a big fly ball hitter in recent at-bats, but just gets way under that one. And now Noah Benedict will come up. Benedict hasn't been swinging the bat the same as he did in the beginning of the summer, but obviously a capable hitter. Average currently sitting at 241.
He flipped his commitment from New Mexico State to Colorado Christian. Was 0 for 2 with a walk in the series opener. Did not see him yesterday. Started out the season, was up to 430 with batting average, but has been struggling over the past few weeks. Very capable hitter. Also, amazing blazing speed. That's kind of his MO. Here's the 1-0. He takes a look at strike 1.
So 2 down and runners on the corners. We've already seen a couple runners go in this situation for the Seal Slingers, and Luke Parker has some speed on him as well, but do we see another pickle that scores a run here? No
that
way,
would
right?
be the first time, I believe, in baseball history that there would be 3 pickles on a first and third scenario with 2 outs that would score a run.
Yeah, the first one was with 1 out.
Well,
I will
that
say,
is
and it was
true.
the second out of the inning.
That is true.
But just such a weird thing that it happened twice, and now Seal Slingers could do it again if they really wanted to.
Parker is going to take off. The throw from
Oh my
Oswald,
gosh.
it could happen again. The throw to third is not in time. Boy, Luke Parker was halting on the base paths. It almost looked like we were going to have it happen. But that was cut off by Halverson, who almost gunned down rolling at third, but now 2 are in scoring position. Man, that would have been unbelievable.
I almost had the prediction of the year here on the Fish Sticks Network.
That would have been something. Big opportunity now for Benedict. This one's hit in the air to right field. Going back in the deep part of the park for out number 3 is Weintraub, and that'll end the inning. But another run does come across for the Slingers. It's a 7-5 lead for the Fish Sticks here on Seal Slingers Sunday in quite an interesting affair so far.
Yeah, the weirdness continues in this game, and Jaden Mizuno will come in for the Seal Slingers right now. We saw Mizuno start the Wednesday tilt between the Fish Sticks and the Apple Sox across the mountains in Wenatchee, and he did kind of get shelled, as many pitchers did in that series against the Apple Sox, so hopefully Mizuno can get right out of the bullpen today.
So we've got the thumbtack relay race going on out there in left field. This one is always an interesting one. So Thumbtack is one of our sponsors. They've got plumbing outfits and painter outfits.
I usually go team painters, but plumbers leads the season series for sure. Oh, huge lead for painters early. Oh,
is that cheating?
I don't know.
It's waving around like if Severus Snape had a white cape over there. I don't know if that was really what she was trying to do.
The plumbers are adopting an interesting strategy. They're going onto the ground to get the legs in. Credit to them, because the painters are barely worrying about the legs.
Jackson, our camera operator, is just hustling to give us the best shots here on the mobile camera.
Yeah, they're good shots as well. Let's see. this painter squad is not the most lawful we've ever seen. Oh,
this is going to be a nail biter, and it looks like, oh no, he crashes into the fence. Oh my goodness. Absolutely lays out for the finish.
Oh my.
I hope everyone's all right.
Oh my.
Plunged
Goodness.
into the fence at the ice chest. I am really
no regard for anything over there. Just blacks out. Yes. Let's get a replay of this.
Plunges straight into
that thing is destroyed.
Oh my goodness, that is just the last thing that President Justin Moser wants to see.
That thing is just destructed over there.
What is this? This is perfect Sunday baseball right now. Highlighted by the thumbtack guy wiping out a good portion of the fence there in the ice chest.
I mean, I've got nothing but respect for that guy because the fact that he laid his ego on the line, not just his heart. He laid his reputation on the line for the thumbtack relay race out there. And that fence is just obliterated. It bent like 4 different directions on the way down, and it never had a chance against that guy. And we could have used maybe a jump to like kind of limit the damage, and no. It was just full Derrick Henry truck stick right into the picket fence over at the ice chest.
But don't let that overshadow Jaden Matsuoka's leadoff single. That was a great piece of hitting past a diving Alex Hamada.
I can't get over that.
Man, life on the line for the thumbtack relay race in left field.
Is he okay? Like,
That
did
was
we
my
ever
first
did
thought.
we ever get confirmation that he's good? Because I mean, that fence is, it's a fence. Like, it's not just something you run through. It's not like a curtain. Like, it's got to hurt a little bit.
You've got Roshan and Pat out there working on it diligently.
I also gotta
There's
mention
another look
as we
at
get
it.
another look.
It was a right to the finish line and just
Oh
plunges.
my gosh, that thing is just destroyed out there.
Again, very little effort to maybe jump over to limit the damage. He just truck sticked the picket fence.
Wow, and I gotta say, that might be another clip that makes it onto our socials. And if you remember,
Pat.
Our first clip, Pat, doing a great job of it too. It looks just as new over there. He's just dying. But for the hot dog clip, Jaden Mizuno is also on the mound.
Wow.
Yeah. So we just talk anything but baseball with Mizuno out there. Ooh, yep.
Yeah, that was a tough play. Bartholomew couldn't make the initial grab there on the grounder. Mizuno was heading over and try to link up with Alex Hamada, and Long will be aboard for the 4th time today.
He's having a great day at the plate, and he just hustles that one out. A really tough play as Bartholomew missed it, and that's about as close as it gets. It was a really tough call with both people getting to the bag at the exact same time.
Was it as close as the thumbtack relay race?
It was closer than the thumbtack relay race. It wasn't as funny, though. It wasn't. Oh, my gosh. He just obliterated that fence.
Pat's still out there working on
There's
it.
like we can see it from here. There's like a huge dent in the fence from his knee.
Yeah, there is. A flying knee right to the picket fence to make sure that you secure the victory in the thumbtack relay race. Absolute scenes here at the Friar. Weintraub fouls that off.
Is this not just the weirdest baseball game you've
This
ever
is
seen in your
awesome.
life?
I am thoroughly enjoying this game. It is not a short game by any means. We're out here on July 5th after great celebrations yesterday here at the Friar on July 4th, and just amazing. Amazing product. As that's high for ball 1 now to Weintraub. Weintraub has still not figured it out in this game. He's 0 for 3. Did have an RBI ground out back in the 4th. that plated the only run of that inning. So 2 are on against Jaden Mizuno, who came in to relieve Hawthorne Moody. Weintraub fouls it off.
Yeah, 0 for 3 day for Weintraub. I mean, we've talked about him on every broadcast as a guy that can really do damage, and we've seen it before, and we've seen it in the first 2 games of this series, even though the A's were not in those games. Now the A's are very much in this game here in the 6th inning, and Weintraub really hasn't been a part of it.
Matsuoka at second and Long at first. 2 singles. This one going over to Rolling. He's going to make the play at second base. He won't be able to get Weintraub at first. Seemed to be a little bit of miscommunication maybe between Rolling and Hamada, but the play will be made. That'll be out number 1.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough one for Rolling because he has to run behind the bag, but he's still really close to second base. So it's kind of a mixed decision for him. I think it probably would have ended up being the same result, which an out at second and Weintraub beating the throw over at first.
So Mizuno trying to protect this 7-5 lead as Tate waves at strike 1. Tate had a great performance yesterday. Looks like we've got the fence all settled.
Pat did a great job with that. Pat,
not just a handyman.
Not just a handyman here. He's also one of the co-owners of the team. So maybe we should not list him as a handyman on the broadcast.
That job, you know, when you're the owner of the team, it requires a great amount of flexibility, including fixing the white picket fence near the ice chest.
You know, it was not flexible, that fence. That thing was very breakable. And
eviscerated.
This
will be a pickoff. Weintraub's going to get gunned out at second. Rolling's going to go home with it.
No way.
And that'll end up scoring a run. That is the 3rd time this has happened in a 1st and 3rd situation. There is no chance that this happened a 3rd time. But here it is.
Yeah, great pick from the lefty Mizuno, and they get the tag. Weintraub didn't even bother avoiding the tag as, you know, with Matsuoka at home, that dude can blaze around the bases, and the play was not even close at home plate.
So that will make it a 6-7 deficit for the A's.
You're so funny. You
know that? A 7-6 lead. I didn't even realize that. I did not realize that. It is a 7-6 lead for the Seal Slingers. The A's have been consistent with it. They haven't scored in just one of these innings. This one's hugging the third base line. Galen laying out. He won't be able to make the grab. Tate's going to waltz into second. Man, that would have been play of the year if Cade Galen were able to get to that one. But Tate continuing a hot at bat in this series, and take another look at Galen.
Ooh, that's about as close as it gets out there, and obviously with 2 outs and nobody on, Tate is gunning as far as he can, and man, Galen still kind of shading to center field as well, so maybe he has that ball if he's playing a true left.
That'll bring up Sika Saito, who has been just a tough out. Singled and walked in the 1st and 3rd innings. You see action in the bullpen. It is Beckett Turnbow getting ready. Mizuno's allowed 1 to come across here in the top of the 6th. He'll step off. So in an inning that was started by someone barging into the white picket fence at the end of the thumbtack relay race, now has 1 run across as Saito swings through strike 1. Strike 1. I can't even get my head around what's happening in this game to keep control of the count.
Are those pieces of our fence
I
sitting
believe,
out there? Okay.
I believe they are.
Sweet.
This one's chopped up the middle. Rolling's going to have to make a throw, and he does, picked by Bartholome. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning. A 7-6 lead for the Slingers going into the bottom half of the 6th.
Once upon a home in the Issaquah Highlands, the Parkers used Thumbtack for a new kitchen island. Now the pizza is cooking and the kids are excited. Thank goodness for Thumbtack and all it provided. Start your home story on Thumbtack.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, Crispy.
You ever wonder how Crispy gets to the fryer for games? He uses King County Metro's Rapid Ride H-Line. King County Metro, the official commute of your DubSea Fish Sticks.
Back here at the Friar, it has been a chaotic afternoon on the diamond here at Mel Olson Stadium. Going into the bottom of the 6th, Kyle Sweeney and Angus Trangmo with you. It's a 7-6 ball game. The Slingers have been dialed in on offense all series long, but have not been able to pull away from the A's in the series finale. They're trying to make it their 4th win in as many games against the A's this season, as Jake Daly will step to the plate against Alex Martinez. He'll take a look at ball 1.
Becca Turnbow, who we just saw warming up in the bullpen, is due up in this inning. It goes Daly, then Alex Hamada, and then Turnbow after that. So we might see Turnbow warm up in the pen, then come up to the plate and come into the mound right after that.
Daly grounds this to second. Tate's going to lunge up and make the grab for the first out of the inning. So it'll be 6, 7, 8 due up. Daly just got the first out. Now Hamada up to the plate, and as you mentioned, Turnbow right behind. Daly had that single back in the 4th. He's now 1 for 3. Hamada 0 for 1 with the walk back in the 2nd inning. They'll show a bunt. This one's right at Martinez. Should be an easy play. Hamada's trying to leg it out. He will not be able to reach it. That'll be out number 2.
Yeah, really good cover from Alex Martinez right there, and Hamada can go. So turned into a close play at first, but good on Martinez for staying calm and putting that throw right on the numbers.
So quick first 2 outs of the inning for Alex Martinez. That has not been the MO of this game. Plenty of runs have come across as Turnbow takes a look at strike 1.
Yeah, we've played 11 full half innings, if you want to break it up that way, and there have been runs in 9 of them. So runners have been on basically at all times in this game.
That one misses the outside part of the plate for ball 1. Turnbow grounded into a double play back in the 2nd, and then collected 2 RBIs on a nice-looking bunt back in the 4th. This one's hit well to left field. Going back to the track, and the play will not be made. Turnbow's going to second base. He's rounding. He's going for 3rd. The throw not in time. Beckett Turnbow continues a hot series. He legs out a triple here with 2 gone.
Yeah, triples are really rare in this ballpark, and that ball was just in the air for so long. It gave Turnbow, who has serious speed, time to almost get to second before that ball dropped, and once it got by the left fielder Long out there, his mind was made up. He was headed for 3rd, and the throw not accurate enough. Now Braden Bartholomew will come up with a runner 90 feet away.
That'll be the first triple of the season for Beckett Turnbow, just the 5th triple overall this summer, now in the 20th game of the campaign. So Braden Bartholomew will step to the plate for the 2nd time today, pinch hitting for Isaac Watson. We'll take a look at ball 1.
Bartholomew popped up to the right side of the infield last time up with runners on the corners.
Bartholomew had that 2-homer game on Friday against the A's in that 14-0 blowout, part of 6 RBIs. Watches that one go for strike 1. Bartholomew was in the lineup again yesterday. Couldn't replicate the same success he had on Friday. It was 0 for 4. Did play to run and forced a walk. 1-1 finds the meat of the zone for strike 2.
Yeah, it's a good pitch from Martinez, but got a lot of plate, and you could see Bartholomew a little frustrated. He didn't swing at that one.
Martinez shakes off a pitch. 1-2 with 2 gone and coming. He delivers just off the corner for ball 2.
Good watch from Bartholomew right there. It's kind of been similar to Alex Amata, where Bartholomew's bat has been better when he's been more selective at the plate.
Bartholomew, the team lead with 4 homers. He stays patient, takes a look at ball 3.
We've seen Bartholomew in a few deep counts in recent games, which is a stark contrast from the beginning of the season for him.
Bartholomew will stay alive. Again, had the deepest at-bat of the entire season for the Slingers. That ended up in his 2nd home run of the season. A 12-pitch at-bat that saw 6 straight foul balls. Bartholomew now battling here against Martinez. A slim lead for the Slingers. And that'll be ball 4.
Great AB from Bartholomew right there to get on base. Now Cade Galen will come up with runners on the corners, and 2 outs. Do you think we see it for the 4th time today, where a runner gets out at second but the run scores? There's just no chance, right?
We have seen it only once this summer, and it was a weird scenario in its own right at that time. We've seen it 3 times where the runner has either been gunned down at second and will delay it to try to get the runner at third to go home, or he'll just get picked off, and then it'll be a pickle. Galen takes a look at strike 1. No chaos just yet. My chaos meter is going off the charts right now, though, because Bartholomew does have a good amount of speed over at first. He'll stay put. Galen takes a look at strike 2.
It's an identical pitch from Alex Martinez right there, and Galen didn't offer it either, so smart sequence by Martinez to start off Galen. Galen's got to be looking for any way to just get on base with Rylan Gullard on deck.
Back to the top of the order up next. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 6th. Bartholomew takes off. Galen rips this towards right field. Unlucky location. And the A's are out of the inning. Weintraub will make the grab. It's still a 7-6 lead. The Washington A's a chance to respond in the top of the 7th inning.
More runners in scoring position in this game. That time, the Seal Slingers cannot capitalize on the Beckett-Turnbow 2-out triple. But, boy, I mean, this game is kind of just off the chain a little bit. And Jaden Mizuno will come back out, but Turnbow obviously just had a triple and spent quite some time on the base pass, so maybe he's just got to get hot a little more before he comes into pitch, because I think it's pretty safe to assume he's probably going to come into this game on the mound.
Now it's the fish toss out there in the same area that a fan tumbled into the ice chest and completely hit stick to the white picket fence in the thumbtack relay race. And the fence has since been renewed, thanks to
it
our
looks great
co-owner, Pat. I would love to see that replay again, because that I just can't get enough of the absolute scenes that happened at the end of that race.
There's like shrapnel over there of the fence, and like maybe it's like part of the costume too, Who even knows?
It got ripped off.
That thing, just everything that was involved in that got shattered.
Full speed ahead on a photo finish for the thumbtack relay race, and the man did not stop past the finish line.
No, it didn't bother. I mean,
make-
it's not his fence.
No, it's not.
So
I guess
he
not.
had no prior attachment to that fence, I guess.
Sebastian Unai takes a look at ball one. 6-7-8.
Here we go.
Here's the replay. Guy in the black just tumbled straight through the fence. It just doesn't get old. This is a good-looking
Ooh,
bunt. It
my
bounces
goodness.
off. What just happened? What did that bounce off of?
So it bounced off home and kind of just popped up off the plate, and then the moment it hit the turf, it just did a full right angle 90.
Oh, my goodness. That is a juke I've never seen before. How does it get that much spin?
I don't know. I mean, off the plate, it seems like it kind of just rolled with topspin off the plate, but that was an absolute sidewinder. And it turns foul. There's just so much stuff going on that I've never seen before today.
Can for sure say I've never seen that happen before on a baseball field. And I've been around baseball for quite some time. That one bounces off home. Looks like it should be an easy play for Hellner before it spins away like a snitch in Harry Potter, and it's suddenly a foul ball. Here's the 2-1 up the middle, and Unai will be aboard. So the spinner gives him a chance to get a base hit.
He's 3 for 3 today, and he is just having a dream day at the plate against the Seal Slingers, and once again, runners on in this ball game. I think we've just become accustomed to pitchers going out of the stretch at this point, because the A's have had a runner in scoring position in all 6 innings leading up to right now in the 7th, and they've scored in 5 of them.
That'll bring up Austin Halverson. It's almost like they've left a lot of meat on the bone as well, leaving a lot of runners in scoring position, especially in the first 2 innings against Wesley Harwell. Mizuno will go back to Bartholomew. That'll get into the bullpen. That'll stop play, and Unai will go over to second base.
Yeah, just a little high out of the hand from Mizuno. And Bartholomew, just a little too tall for him. We've seen him make some pretty acrobatic catches over there this year, but just airmails him a little bit. Now, runner in scoring position for the A's.
Tying runner at second base. The A's took the 1-0 lead. It was the first they've had this season against the Slingers as Halverson swings through that one. And it didn't take very long before the Slingers took it right back with a 2-run outburst in the bottom of the first. But since then, it has just been back and forth baseball. Halverson shows bunt. That's near the turf. And the count is 2-1.
Also, so many bunts in this game. Clearly, both teams have the scout that bunts are going to work, and more often than not, they have been successful today.
Mizuno delivers the 2-1. This is towards rolling at short. No play at third. Bartholomew with the nice pick at first to get the first out of the inning, and that's kind of what we're talking about with Bartholomew. He makes those plays look pretty routine.
It is easier to read a ball off the turf than it is on the dirt. If you've ever played infield on turf and on dirt, you'd know that the ball just behaves a lot better when you're playing on turf. It just moves faster. So that just hops right into Bartholomew's mitt, but he is so talented at that, and I don't think we've really seen one that he could have had and didn't end up coming up with.
Oswald clanks that off the metal casing on the roof. My goodness, that is the loudest boom we've heard off that this season. Wow.
Everyone chases after the ball on the net, and the baseball is not going to fit through the net up there, unfortunately. Just pops right back out into the field.
One gone, Sebastian Unai at third base. That's low in the zone for ball one.
There's Kai Twites getting ready to go in the Seal Slingers pen. Twites has impressed both of us this year. I think that's a good choice for the Seal Slingers in a one-run game in the 7th.
Oswald takes a look at ball 2. Oswald's had an interesting game. He gunned down 2 runners in the first inning from behind the plate, then walked in the second, struck out back in the third, and was hit by a pitch and scored in the 5th. He's got the trifecta going on at the plate. He'll foul that one off. It'll be 2-2.
That was pitch number 29 for Jaden Mizuno. So, I mean, this is a guy that has started games this season for the Seal Slingers. So, obviously, you can get length out of him. He comes in early to mid innings quite often. But with Twites warming up, don't know how long the leash is for Mizuno today.
This will score a run. Luke Parker has no choice but to go to first. And this game is all tied up at 7 apiece here in the 7th inning as Unai scores from third.
You could see Parker take a look at Hellner at home and think maybe he wanted to go home with that ball, but smartly chooses against it. Mizuno hits the deck just to not risk getting in the way of that throw at all. And the A's are just right back in this game. They've had an answer for every Seal Slingers run in this game.
Gio Irola pops this up and out of play. So 1 run in the first, a run in the second. Didn't plate one in the third, but that was Wesley Harwell who got out of a bases loaded jam. And then 1 run in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and 1 in the 7th for the A's. This one's right to Alex Amata. Nice play. He'll fire over to first, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. But it's a tie ball game here at Mel Olson Stadium going into the 7th inning stretch.
Once upon a home in the Issaquah Highlands, the Parkers used Thumbtack for a new kitchen island. Now the pizza is cooking and the kids are excited. Thank goodness for Thumbtack and all it provided. Start your home story on Thumbtack.
Wendy's went back to the kitchen to give our famous spicy chicken sandwich a total upgrade. More crunch, more flavor, with heat that just hits. Is this our best spicy chicken ever? Looks like a yes to me. Spicy chicken just got better at Wendy's.
They always say, think happy thoughts. It's easy when you're a Wendy's cookie dough frosty fusion. I'm an instant dopamine hit. Get it? Dopamine? Like cookie dough. I said like cookie dough. Happiness is a cookie dough frosty fusion at Wendy's.
Oh, Audrey, look over there.
Where? Oh, a whole herd of reindeer beers.
Not herds, Audrey. Rainier's come in 6-packs. Wake up, Harley.
Harley, look at the reindeers. Oh, they're just so fresh and friendly.
7th inning stretch has commenced here at the Friar. It's a 7-7 ball game, and Alex Martinez is going to come out for another inning of work, so an extended appearance in relief.
Yeah, so this is going to be his 4th inning of work, and he's facing the top of the lineup with Gullard, Rolling, and Parker due up for the Seal Slingers, and still no action in the A's bullpen. And I'm not sure I like this for Washington. You're in a tie game, and obviously Martinez has thrown pretty well since that 4th inning, but this is going to be his 2nd time facing Gullard and Rolling and the rest of the top of the lineup, as there's Cole Nuffer and Isaac Watson. But I don't know. There are plenty of arms for this A's team, and to stick with Martinez in this situation is definitely a stamp of trust in Martinez for this pitching staff.
So it's Gullard, Rolling, and Luke Parker as Gullard takes a look at strike one. 18-game hitting streak in the balance right now. Gullard is hitless. He did reach on a fielder's choice in the 3rd and walked back in the 1st. Was caught stealing as well. And right as I say that, there is number 19. The 19-game hitting streak for Rylan Gullard. There is not a single game he's played this summer he has not recorded a hit.
So impressive. Just the consistency that he has been able to maintain this year. And it's the 2nd time he's seen Alex Martinez, and he sees that fastball right out of the hand, and that ball was smoked down the left field line.
That'll bring up Jake Rolling. This is not an uncommon sight that we've seen over the last few weeks with Rolling at the plate and Gullard on the base paths. That one's low for ball 1.
-19-game hit streak, and he got one day off in Wenatchee, a game where he ended up pitching, but outside of that, he's played every day and just a model of consistency for the Seal Slingers team.
Hit 329 last year at Linfield University. He's in the transfer portal. He entered this game hitting 329 on the summer for the Sticks. Has been at leadoff position throughout the season. And he's going to take off. Hit and run scenario rolling into right field. This is going to get down for a base hit. So Gullard's all the way to third base. He'll stop there. And Jake Rolling once again finds the first base side, and that's not really a shock.
I mean, I wish it was, but it wasn't. And I got a little worried when that ball was in the air on the hit and run, but it finds a pretty big gap with the outfield playing deep. All kinds of space out in shallow right field, and runners on the corners again in this game for the Seal Slingers, but Luke Parker has just had such a good weekend. No reason to risk base runners right now, I think.
Well, guess what it is? It is first and third.
Yeah.
We've seen
can you imagine?
Everything in between. Yeah. Luke Parker has 2 RBIs in this one, an RBI single back in the 5th and an RBI double in the 1st. He was thinking all 3 runners coming across on that swing and fouls it off. So Parker continuing a sensational weekend after he was stick of the game yesterday on July 4th. He was 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs. He is 2 for 3 today with 2 more of his own. Looking for more here. Roland's taking off. And Oswald's just going to go to third. Man, he almost caught Rylan Gullard lacking. Gullard didn't even dive back, but now 2 more in scoring position for Parker.
That's a really heads-up play from Ryder Oswald right there. I mean, obviously Gullard had no intentions of coming home unless Rolling did get into a tough spot, and wow, that is a really good play from Ryder Oswald and almost catches Gullard napping.
Oswald knows the debauchery that has happened in first and third scenarios when he throws down to second. And Parker drills this way out to center field. Does it have the legs? You bet it does. Luke Parker. My goodness, he is mashing the baseball right now. A 3-run shot, and the Slingers have the lead.
Well, he had a 3-run double to that exact same spot yesterday, and he told us after the game he thought it was gone. That one, there was no doubt in my mind, that was gone to dead center for Luke Parker. It's now 10-7 Slingers. What a huge swing in this game.
Well, we were talking about one of these days Parker is going to connect on a ball that goes about 400 feet. He hit that way out of the farthest part of the park, and Luke Parker is on a heater. 5 RBIs now today after 4 yesterday, and he has got it going right now. It's 1-0 to Hellner. And it's interesting that you brought up the point about leaving up Martinez, and now 3 runs, and it's a 10-7 game.
With how all 3 of those guys are hitting, you can't have him face the lineup a second time. And now he's given up 3 runs. He doesn't have an out in this inning, and it's 3-0 to Evan Hellner. And there's still no action in the A's bullpen, maybe just trying to keep the arms fresh for future games if you're the A's.
This is a tough spot for Martinez. This is already an extremely lengthy outing. That one finds the zone against Hellner. But, man, that ball, we saw it going towards the deepest part of the park. It's the first time that we've seen a ball exit the park in dead away center field. And Luke Parker, take a bow.
Evan Hellner, take your base. That was an easy walk on 5 pitches. Didn't have to take the bat off his shoulder. Now Noah Benedict will come up, and the A's probably going to start thinking about getting some movement in the bullpen. They'll actually put in their center fielder right now. That's going to be...
I believe that's Jaden Matsuoka.
It's not Matsuoka out there anymore. I think it is going to be Daniel Weintraub, the do-it-all guy for this team coming into pitch.
So Weintraub We did see some action in the middle of an inning, and while the A's were hitting, and since then we didn't see any, and this is why. It's because Weintraub was playing center field as we take another look at this crushed home run by Luke Parker.
Did you hear that off the bat, too? Just the perfect wood bat sound that you can count on when a ball is just throttled, and he throttled that one. We would always say, you know, he takes such big swings, probably the biggest swings on the team, and when they connect, the ball just pops off his bat different. And that one, it popped all the way up and over the center field fence to the deepest part of the park here at the Friar.
He's trying to do something that we haven't, I believe, seen this summer in back-to-back sticks of the game. If I'm not wrong, I don't think that's happened yet.
I don't think it has either.
So Luke Parker well on his way to that. He is 3 for 4, a single, a double, and a home run. So he's a triple away from the cycle, and he has 5 RBIs after going 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs yesterday. And he has now taken the RBI lead on this team.
Wow. Yeah.
Pretty unbelievable.
It's just been a nuclear weekend for him, and that's a perfect cherry on top, and that might not even be the last time we see him at the plate today.
This is the first time we've seen Daniel Weintraub on the mound, and now the 4th game between these two teams. We've seen him do a lot of damage at the plate. He's been limited today, but he comes in relief of Alex Martinez, who led up 3 runs thanks to that 3-run shot from Parker and then walked Evan Helder. There's still nobody out.
Looks like Vaughn Lowe is also going to come into this game. He'll pinch hit for Daly, who DH'd today.
So Weintraub taking his time. Of course, didn't have a lot of time in the bullpen to get warmed up.
No time in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Actually.
There's Kenji Bray, teammates with Luke Parker, taking a long look into the camera.
Staring down the barrel,
yeah,
if you will.
Yeah, teammates with Luke Parker at Colorado School of Mines.
This has got to be a great sight for Kenji Bray and Rodrigo Montano that they get to play with this guy next year down in Golden.
So Noah Benedict took a little bit of a break on the on-deck circle as he waited for Weintraub to warm up. He will now step to the plate. Benedict pinch hit for Jackson Dulé. And so the speedster outfielder now set to go here in the bottom of the 7th with nobody gone, facing off against Weintraub. And that's ball 1 inside to Benedict.
Benedict going to go play in the same conference as all the mine guys at Colorado Christian next year, and boy, he was swinging it so well to start this season.
That'll get past Oswald. Good jump from Evan Hellner. He'll get to second base.
Hellner almost fell forward on that one. I think just got a little too excited when that ball got by Oswald behind the dish. Another pass ball in this game.
So Weintraub comes set. 3 runs already here in the bottom of the 7th. Benedict rips this towards right field, and it hops off the wall. Heller didn't get a good read. He's going to be held up at third base. Noah Benedict. He laced that baseball, and he's got a stand-up double.
That ball was smoked off the wall. I thought that might just get up and out of here. Down the right field line, it would have been our first homer to right field all season, but just bangs off the tall wall out there. Tough play for Retkowski, who's in right field now with Weintraub on the bump, but the Seal Slingers looking for a lot more after already plating 3 with nobody down here in the 7th.
An absolute power display from the Slingers in the 7th inning. I guess it was the 7th inning stretch that got him motivated. And Vaughn Lowe ducks down at ball 1. Lowe coming in to pinch hit for Jake Daly, as you mentioned, the Tacoma Community College guy, hit north of 300. Both seasons he's been there in his 2 years at the collegiate level. looking to tack on 2 more RBIs. That's in there for strike 1.
Lowe has driven in 12 runs this year, which is close to tops on the team. Almost in the same company as Parker and Gullard and Bartholomew out there.
Lowe also hitting .400 with runners in scoring position this season. That one slings in there for strike 2.
It's a really nice pitch from Weintraub, probably the best we've seen from him all day. Starts coming right at Von Lowe and then last second breaks into the inside half.
So the 1-2 incoming to Von Lowe. 2 more in scoring position and ready to come home. And Lowe takes a big hack at strike 3. Good looking off speed from Weintraub.
Weintraub doubles up on the curveball right there to the righty Von Lowe, and he's just very early to it. Big strikeout for Weintraub with a couple in scoring position. Hamada coming up. Infield playing pretty far in on Hamada right here.
Benedict at second. He just roped a double to right field. Hellner at third. He forced a walk. Only 1 gone after that strikeout to Von Lowe. Good pitch sequencing. Good peach sequencing from Daniel Weintraub to get that first out of the inning. Still a lot of work to do. That one's upstairs to Hamada. It's 2-0.
Turnbow, who has a triple in this game, is on deck, and he swung the bat really, really well against this A's team this weekend.
10-7 ball game after the A's tied things up in the top half of the inning. Luke Parker with a 3-run home run, his first of the summer, to break open this ball game. Hamada's facing a 3-0 count, and Beckett Turnbow has had a heck of a series at the plate. He's waiting on deck if this were to get to a bases loaded scenario. And that one finds the zone for strike 1.
Hamada no interest in swinging at the 3-0 right there, and with a bag open, Weintraub will be probably going after Hamada anyway. I mean, Turnbow has had such a good weekend.
3-1 incoming. Weintraub trying to get back in the count, and he does just that. Hamada, big swing at strike 2.
Just barely fouled that off, and if he hadn't, I think when that ball popped out of Oswald's mitt, Hellner might have been able to come home. It would have been a close play for sure.
Payoff pitch incoming from Weintraub, who was behind 3-0 to Hamada. A base is open, but 2 in scoring position. 3-2, Hamada pops this up. Hellner is going to go back and tag. Retkowski coming in. Hellner will actually hold up at third base. So a big out. Hamada doesn't like that one. It's 2 gone now here in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, just a little too shallow, and Hellner probably would have been out at the plate if he were to go right there. With Turnbow and how good he's been at the plate this weekend, it's probably smart that they keep Hellner at third and they don't take any risks right there. Bartholomew also on deck, so even though it's the back half of the lineup right here, it's a couple good hitters.
Turnbow's 2 for 3 with a couple RBIs today. Had a nice looking bunt single back in the 4th that scored 2 after the throw was errant going to first base. Turnbow would have beat it out anyway. And then a high fly ball to left field that resulted in a triple. He legged out the double and kind of fumbled around out there in the warning track between the center fielder, Daniel Weintraub, and the left fielder, and he was able to get to third. That ball a couple feet from getting out.
Thought it might have the carry when it just would not come down.
1-1 to Turnbow, turns away from it. That's inside for ball 2. Turnbow entered this series with just 2 hits on the season. He has 5 hits in this series alone. 2-1. That's outside for ball 3. So Turnbow takes a little bit, gets back in the batter's box, trying to improve an already impressive weekend after starting the series or the season a little cold. That one's upstairs. And that'll be ball 4.
I think DJ Jack predicted the walk right there.
I think he did. There's a lot of sounds going on that walk.
But now Braden Bartholomew comes up with the bases loaded, and with how hard he hits the ball, one swing can really put this game to bed here in the bottom of the 7th.
Bartholomew with the bases loaded, off speed, slings in there for strike 1. Bartholomew walked back in the 6th, but again had 2 home runs against this team in that 14-0 victory on Friday. 0-1 is upstairs for ball 1. Weintraub trying to get out of this inning. It has been a long bottom of the 7th. Luke Parker plated all 3 runs in the inning with a absolute line drive shot home run to center field that got out of the deepest part of the park. This one's to the right side. That'll get through for a base hit. Evan Hellner's going to score. Benedict hustling home. He's going to stand up. Braden Bartholomew drives in 2. It is now 12-7 Slingers.
Bartholomew's season is starting to really turn around, and he is so good at driving in runs when that is needed of him. And every time I watch Noah Benedict run, it's just shocking how fast he is. He's a pretty big guy, but that doesn't matter. He has some serious wheels and no throw even in the picture at home. He was in there in a flash.
So Cade Galen comes to the plate. Becca Turnbow legged that one out to third base, and guess what scenario we have? First and third with 2 gone.
Oh boy.
This could mean chaos. If you're just joining us, we have seen, what is it, three throws down to second base in this exact scenario as Cade Galen fouls that off, where the runner has either been picked off and gotten into a pickle, or he halts, getting tagged at second on a throw down from the catcher that has allowed a run to score from third.
Yeah, it's been 2 for the Slingers, 1 for the A's, so it's not like it's one team creating all the chaos. It's just happened a lot. And outside of that, there have been countless situations with runners on the corners where it's just been chaos as Galen is hit for the 3rd time in 2 days, and that will bring up Rylan Gullard with the bases loaded.
So Galen is turning into a baseball magnet right now. As you said, he was hit twice yesterday, just wears that one in the back. He'll get to first, and now the bases are loaded for Rylan Gullard, who led off this inning.
Yeah, they bat around with 10 guys, something you're not going to see a lot of. But 5 runs in this inning, and Gullard gets a hit right here, destined for more.
Gullard extended his hit streak to 19 to start off this inning and was one of the 3 to come across that Luke Parker home run. This inning has taken about 3.5 years. Big swing from Gullard for strike 1.
Yeah, usually you don't see that out of Rylan Gullard, especially on the first strike of the count. And it'll be a mound visit to Weintraub. Definitely a weirdly timed mound visit as well, and a 1-1 count. Bases loaded. 2 down. This is a pretty big spot for Weintraub, and interested to see if this throws off the timing or just helps him out right here. Just a huge inning for the Seal Slingers, and this has just been a weird day at the ballpark.
It really has. I don't know. We were expecting fireworks, no pun intended, on the July 4th game. I think the fireworks waited a little bit, just 24 hours later, and they have all exploded here on the diamond at the Friar on this Sunday matchup for the Seal Slingers.
The Athletics have scored in 6 of 7 innings in this game, and they're down 5 runs. That's just just so odd. Like, you're never, ever going to see that again.
It was 14 on Friday, 13 yesterday, and now 12 today. As that one, I don't think Wembanyama would have caught that one if he was behind the plate. That one gets passed for ball 2.
Man, the mound visit. What was talked about in there? That one was the highest one yet today.
There are just so many oddities that have happened on the field today. It's hard to keep track. Here's the 2-1 from Weintraub is outside for ball 3. He cannot afford a walk. That would bring in another run.
And it would bring up Jake Rolling once again in this game.
Bases are still juiced. Rylan Gullard up to the plate. And that one will be upstairs, and another run will come across, the 13th of the game and the 6th in the bottom of the 7th.
And Jake Rolling will now step in, but look who's on deck. It's Luke Parker, who is going to give this A's team nightmares tonight. Looking to come in with runners in scoring position for the second time this inning.
So Rolling had a base hit on a hit-and-run scenario with Gullard. He's going to look at that one outside. Now has an opportunity to do some serious damage.
So that mound visit on a 1-1 count, since then it's been 4 straight balls for Daniel Weintraub. Maybe not the intended impact for the mound visit, but if you're Rolling, I mean, he's so selective already, probably no reason to swing as that one misses way up high.
Weintraub cannot get around on this off speed right now. And it looks like there will be more action in the bullpen. It looks like Sika Saito is going to go out. He's hitting 5-hole tonight. So action now in the bullpen. 2-0 Rolling to the left side, and that'll get through for a base hit. This has become the expected for Jake Rolling. 2 more will come across. Jake Rolling, a 2-run single, and things have gone out of hand.
8 runs here in the 7th inning for the Seal Slingers, and another base hit for Rolling. You thought maybe Unai would make that play on the backhand over at short. It was a tough play. Any way you slice it, just doesn't get a glove on it. If he gets leather on that, at the worst, it's a 1-run single, but instead 2 runs come in. Luke Parker will come back up to the plate in this 7th inning. It's another pitching change. Sika Saito with the shortest bullpen outing you will ever see over there. I think he threw 1 pitch, and now he's in this game.
He took the trek over to the bullpen. Now he takes the trek to the mound, and we're doing the King County bus ride and water taxi race
in the middle of the inning. I don't think we've ever seen this one in the middle of the inning.
This inning has taken forever. There are 8 runs that have come across. There have been now 2 pitching changes, and the bus and the taxi are going after it out in the outfield.
We saw Bus come back and win yesterday, and now pretty even race. I think Water Taxi's probably got the lead around the final turn. Oh, and there it is. Water Taxi really found a new gear down the stretch in this one.
The Slingers have found a new gear here in the 7th. That is now 14 runs, 13 runs, and 15 runs with 2 innings and change left, or 1 inning and change left for the bats for the Slingers. They have scored 9 runs in an inning before. I don't believe they have gotten to double digits yet this season.
There was 9, there was 8. This is the 3rd inning of 8+ runs for them, but you're right. Still no innings with 10 runs, and if Rolling does come home, that will make it a double-digit frame. And Luke Parker, I mean, triple away from the cycle. Obviously, I'm not going to push my chips in on triple here, but kind of just speaks to how good of a day he's had, and it's an extension from a big day yesterday. If he drives in more runs here, he reaches double-digit numbers on runs batted in the past 2 games.
So Parker was last night's stick of the game. He is well on his way to the stick of the game here tonight.
Slinger of the game.
Slinger of the game, that is correct. He is 3 for 4. Had a double, an RBI double in the first, an RBI single in the fifth, and then a 3-run homer it was today in the start of the 7th inning. Not exactly sure how long it's been.
Yeah, we're right now at game time. It is 3 hours and 5 minutes since first pitch, and it's about 30 minutes since Luke Parker went straight away center field over the head of Daniel Weintraub, who has pitched and then come out in this inning by itself. And Parker's driven in 5, a chance to score even more right here.
If Parker, just if, there has been so many things we have not been able to predict that have happened in this game. If Parker were able to lift this one out, he would have a 2-homer, 7 RBI inning.
No, it would be 6. 2 runners on.
That is true. That is true. Did not see the open
Still
base.
Still ridiculous. Oh
Boy,
my God, he was thinking it.
He was thinking what we were thinking on that swing. I had forgotten that Jake Rowling got a single and snuck it past the shortstop Unai to score 2 more. And Luke's becoming a household name now here at the Friar.
Might have to keep that chant going with how he's been played in the past couple days.
So Saito in. Takes a lot of looks at Ryland Gullard and, man, blew it past Parker for strike 2.
All his swings just look enormous. That's just the way he swings the bat, but good start for Saito against Luke Parker right here.
0-2 on Parker. Off speed, Parker takes this to shortstop. Unai is going to sling it over to first, and Tate will make the grab. So just the second time Parker has been retired in 5 at-bats, but 8 come across in the bottom of the 7th, including a 3-run bomb that started it all. Poor Luke Parker, and that was a long one, but we're going to the 8th, and the Slingers have quite the advantage now, a 15-7 lead.
Kai Twites, I mean, without exaggeration, might have been in the bullpen for an hour before this outing, and now he will finally come in what has suddenly turned into a low-leverage opportunity for Kai Twites. But Twites has been amazing out of the pen so far this year. 6 1/3 and a 1.42 ERA. He threw really well in Wenatchee his last time out.
So this will be the 3rd appearance. He joined the team late. A couple of pitchers have joined the team here mid-season. But Twites has been an impressive arm at the mound, does have an elevated velocity over there from Ellensburg, Washington, where we got to drive through on our way to our Central Washington road trip this week.
Yeah, what'd you think?
It's a great place. We stopped for Starbucks.
Yep,
there in Ellensburg.
Yeah, we went and saw Central Washington. Pretty nice campus.
Yeah,
they have in Ellensburg. It was also not the best day.
It was
quite very windy, insanely windy, I would say, and that carried over to the game in Yakima that night.
And then the 2 games after that in Wenatchee. So yeah, Twites had quite the amount of time to think about this outing. 9 total runs came in the 7th, 8 of which came from the Slingers. It was a 7-7 ball game after the A's tied it up in the top half of the inning before the Slingers just went nuclear and played it 8. So now it's 15-7.
It sure is, and 14, 13, 15. That's no fluke once you have 3 straight games with 13-plus runs in a series, and it has just been so fun to watch this lineup rake this weekend.
So Twites now in the ball game, and the A's have quite a long uphill battle here in the last 2 innings. Twites fires that in for ball 1. Adam Retkowski up to the dish. It's 10-1-2 due up. And he'll wave at strike one.
Twice has impressed the both of us here in the booth out of the pen. And obviously once he gets hot, it's kind of hard to tell him, well, you're not pitching. So he comes in now in an 8-run game. I think they're preparing for him to come into a situation that was a little closer than this.
Well, it's a 2-1 count now to Retkowski. It has been a run barrage this weekend against the A's for the Seal Slingers, who have now plated 42 runs with still 3 outs to go in just 3 games against the A's. So Sika Saito is actually going to go out to the bullpen to try to get more work to keep his arm warm as Retkowski waves at strike 2.
Yeah, big-time fastball right there from Kai Twites. And, I mean, no reason to throw anything else with that, with Retkowski just not catching up to it right now.
Catches up to that one and stays alive in the count. A 15-7 lead for the Seal Slingers, who completely broke it open in the bottom of the 7th with an 8-piece. That one inside for ball 4. Boy, it looked like it might have caught a corner of the zone. So the leadoff man is aboard now. Back to the top of the order with Jaden Matsuoka.
Listen, with how weird this baseball game has been, I'm not going to assume anything anymore, especially with the top of the lineup coming up for the A's.
Matsuoka, the speedster, takes a look at strike 1. So Retkowski, the leadoff walk. And it's not like the A's have had a shortage of base runners by any means here tonight. That's up and in for ball 1.
I mean, 7 runs, far and away their best day at the plate in this series, and not a horrible run output, especially with at least 2 more innings left to hit for this team. It's just pales in comparison to the 15 that the Seal Slingers have put up.
That'll be strike 2 and to Matsuoka. Seen him kind of shift around the outfield this series. He was at right field and started this game at center. One, 2, late to it is Matsuoka. Off the glove, Hamada flips it to rolling, and Matsuoka gives them absolutely no chance over at first. He came up limping a little bit, passing first base, though.
Another fielder's choice for him, and yeah, no, you're right. He's going to kind of step off the bag here and maybe take a lap. We saw Riley Sonoy do a similar thing out in Wenatchee when he stepped on the bag. His groin just kind of overextended, and he has not appeared in a game since then. Looks like Matsuoka will probably tough this one out.
So the A's on the first base line are waving in Sika Saito from the bullpen because he's coming up to the plate soon. And now I believe they're waving in a pinch runner, which, if I'm not wrong, is Alex Martinez,
yeah,
who was the second pitcher out of the bullpen. This game is just bizarre.
It's already a pretty short dugout, like a pretty thin room of options over there for the A's, and you give up 15 runs in this game, and now you've got a guy go down, especially a guy as good as Matsuoka, and instead of Martinez, the second pitcher, coming in to run, it looks like Jacob Hayes, who was the starter, is going to put on a helmet and go run for Jaden Matsuoka.
So they got to choose between one of the 2 pitchers. Matsuoka is going to go see the trainer over there near the Fish Sticks bullpen on the first base line. And Tyler Long, who has had a great day at the plate, will come up. He's 3 for 3 with a couple doubles and a walk. He watches that one touch the corner for strike 1.
Yeah, I think Long, we were a little confused as to why he's an everyday guy in the top of the lineup, and I think he's proved it to us today. He has been really good, a bunch of good at-bats, and a couple doubles to his name.
1-1 count now to Long. Twice going over to check on Jacob Hayes. At first, who had to pinch run, he was the starting pitcher of this afternoon's game.
So does this mean Jacob Hayes will likely play in the outfield as well come the bottom of the 8th inning?
I think that's what's going to happen, yeah. I believe so.
Interesting, man. It's just obviously last game of the weekend, last game of the series, probably running out of options if you're the A's, as are the Seal Slingers, I'm sure, but definitely not what we were expecting out of this one by any means.
A 3-1 count now to Tyler Long. This is the 9th game in as many days, for the Seal Slingers. And this one is approaching the 4-hour mark that the Apple Sox game was, which was 24-2 on Tuesday.
Yeah, Apple Sox game reached 3 hours and 53 minutes of full game time. And this one currently sitting at 3 hours and 16 minutes here in the top of the 8th.
Long fouls that off. That could be an insurance ball for a couple cars. The count is 3-2.
Yeah, Long has been a really tough out today and doing it once again.
Will not go away in counts. 3-2 with one gone here in the top of the 8th. This one's flied out. Cade Galen's going to come in, battle the sun, and make the grab for out number 2.
Just a little too far under it for Tyler Long right there. Now it will be Weintraub, who just had a tough inning on the mound coming up in the 3-hole.
Weintraub's been the do-it-all guy for this team at the plate. Is 0 for 4, though, tonight. He does have an RBI ground out in the 4th. Takes a look at that fastball from Twice for strike 1. We're getting cat hissing noises at the speakers at the stadium. I think we're kind of testing out some new sound effects.
This has turned experimental for our entertainment team. In a 15-7 game, the last game of the homestand, probably one of the how do I put this? I mean, there are a lot of people that have kind of just left the game as Weintraub laces that for another base hit. But, I mean, it's been a really long baseball game on a really hot day. There's Jack and Roshan. Who are just trying stuff now.
There they are, sitting right next to us.
Stuff.
There's, of course, part of our great game day operations crew. This is an extended ball game. And Kai Twice is going to be talked to at the mound. And there's going to be a bullpen appearance coming in. So Twice will come out. Just 2/3 innings of work. Beckett Turnbow will take his place.
Yeah, interesting to see Twice come out this early. This was the same tandem that came out of the bullpen in Wenatchee on Wednesday, and both these guys pitched really well against the Apple Sox, specifically Turnbow, who went 2 2/3 of scoreless work.
So Turnbow's going to come in. We saw him in the bullpen warming up. Bo Tate's due up next here with 2 outs after that single from Daniel Weintraub. Should we mention some of the crazy things that have happened in this game?
Yeah. Let's go through a list of them because it's a lot.
So the 3 that pop out to me: the ball that bounced off home and spun foul and completely juked out Evan Hellner, who stepped forward to make the play. And then obviously the thumbtack relay race where the guy, it was a photo finish, and he just clobbered into the white picket fence in the ice chest and completely took out an entire section of the fence, which has been since fixed. And then all the pickles. There's been 3 pickles that have scored runs. So it's a little unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it's been like a baseball game in Portland with all these pickles.
Yeah.
And 3 of them have scored runs, but that's not even all of them. I think there's been 5 overall in this game, and right now the difference, obviously, that 8-run 7th. I mean, 8-run innings are not going to happen that often either, and it's just been so many different things that have led us to this point, and the A's have put a runner in scoring position in every single inning of this game. They've scored in 6 innings leading up to this one, and they're trailing by 8 runs.
So Turnbow, we learned his velocity was touching 91, 92. Definitely has that elevated fastball. more hissing noises are taking over the fry right now. So Bo Tate, after all that, will come up.
I think we might do a fan survey when they're on the way out. It's just like, how was your experience? Did this work? Did this not work? We're just kind of building for the future right now, entertainment-wise.
That will get past Hellner. No runners will advance. This has been a long but entertaining game.
It's been entertaining for sure. There's been a lot of fun stuff that has happened. It's just been odd.
Turnbow takes a couple looks at second base and fires in that high-velocity fastball for strike 1.
You can see Bo Tate did not like that one, and that's just because when he locates it that well, with how fast that's moving, it's unhittable.
One incoming from Turnbow. Tate way behind that blazing fastball. It's a 1-2 count.
Yeah, I mean, Tate's all kinds of behind this fastball right now.
Another fastball. Tate does come around on this one. Another banger sound effect coming on that foul ball. The fryer has emptied out a little bit, so we could basically unload the clip, for lack of a better phrase.
We're hitting buttons that haven't been hit in 3 years right now.
Yeah. As Tate goes around, swing and miss. Turnbow does his job out of the pen. And to the bottom of the 8th we go, 15-7 Sticks.
Once upon a home in the Issaquah Highlands, the Parkers used Thumbtack for a new kitchen island. Now the pizza is cooking and the kids are excited. Thank goodness for Thumbtack and all it provided. Start your home story on Thumbtack.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, Crispy.
You ever wonder how Crispy gets to the fryer for games? He uses King County Metro's Rapid Ride H-Line. King County Metro, the official commute of your DubSea Fish Sticks.
Here at the Friar and at the Diamond, it is the Slingers who have 2 touchdowns along with a 2-point conversion to a 1 touchdown for the Washington Athletics.
Yeah, one last drive remaining for the Athletics in this game, so it would be huge for the Seal Slingers to maybe add on a safety or maybe a field goal this time down the field.
I mean, obviously they do have to score the touchdown and complete the 2-point conversion to come back into this game, do the A's. Sika Saito is back out on the mound. And it's 4-5-6 due up for the Slingers. This game started before the Seattle Mariners game, which has now come to a conclusion.
Yeah, big win for the Mariners, too.
Yeah.
Won a series against the Blue Jays, and the Rangers lost as well. So that's a lead in the who wants it less AL West for your Seattle Mariners.
The game trudges on. There are still 6 outs to be determined. 8 runs came up in the bottom of the 7th the last time the Slingers came out.
Huge start to the bottom of the 8th inning. There have been so many of those today. Just a fastball that really gets away. And like up, out, down, sideways, into the ground.
Saito's going to try to keep it in the zone. Didn't do it that time.
We're testing the bounds of the net and the windows of the press box today.
This game is now approaching 3.5 hours in length. And that's ball 3 to Hellner.
Yeah, Hellner's already been walked in this game, and 3-0 probably. No reason to swing based on Saito's first 3 pitches, but Saito really had that fastball going against Luke Parker to end the 7th and force a ground out.
Saito is the 3rd position player to come in and pitch. Hellner had the green light on 3-0. He just slaps it into the outfield. Battling the sun out there, and will make the grab for out number 1.
Yeah, just trying his best to lift one out of here on that swing, I think, and it might have been ball 4 and still a pretty good charge into it out into left field. We already saw Hellner lift one out of the park this season.
They'll bring up Noah Benedict, who crushed a ball to right field that bounced off the wall for a stand-up double his last time up. Saito will deliver. Benedict taking a look at ball 2. I think that ball would have been ball 4 to Evan Hellner on that 3-0 count last time. So by my metrics, that is the 6th straight ball from Saito as Benedict takes a big swing and fouls it off.
That definitely would have been in the zone. So he breaks the streak right there. But I think the Seal Slingers just looking at anything to swing at right now with an 8-run lead in the 8th.
2-1, and Benedict drills this to right field again, and it is out of here. Man, Noah Benedict has taken control of the last 2 innings. A double in the 7th, and now a long shot here in the 8th, his first of the summer, and that'll make it 16-7 Sticks.
The first ball we've seen over the right field fence all summer, and he'll get his moment over at the dugout, his first homer of the year, and this has turned into a good old-fashioned blowout for the 3rd day in a row between the Seal Slingers and the A's, and that ball got out in a hurry as well, right to the pole.
That'll bring up Rodrigo Montano, who's coming in to pinch hit. He's coming in to pinch hit for Von Lowe, who came in to pinch hit for Jake Daly. That one will catch the zone for strike 1. Montano headed to the Colorado School of Mines to join Kenji Bray and Luke Parker, who broke this game open in the 7th with a 3-run homer. Count now 1-2 to Rodrigo Montano.
Or is it 2-1? Who knows?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. The count, I believe, is full.
At least on the scoreboard here at Mel Olson Stadium, it is full. But Rodrigo Montano, 2 for 6 on the year, also had one of the biggest ABs of the year on Thursday when he worked a walk and kept the Fish Sticks in that game against Redmond, where Tyler Eisenhut eventually drove in the tying run with a base hit in that 9th inning. And without Montano's walk, that game would have been over.
More hisses coming from the loudspeakers. And Montano would take his base.
Boy, it is loud for a 16-7 ball game, let me tell you. We are excited about that.
Yeah. So Noah Benedict launched a solo shot to right field. And the Slingers have scored in every inning except the bottom of the 2nd.
in the bottom of the 6th. They were also
you're
kept
right.
out of the scoreboard there, but 6 of the 8 innings saw the Seal Slingers plate runs in this game, and Alex Hamada might have a hit. Oh, that's right at Retkowski out there. Tough break for Hamada.
Hamada's been hitting the ball well today, but that was really unfortunate. That's probably his hardest hit ball this year. Just taken right at Retkowski. That'll be out number 2.
Yeah, the Seal Slingers lineup really turning Saito's velocity into a lot of hard hits. Benedict in particular, that ball was crushed over the right field fence.
Beckett Turnbow is having a heck of a game coming in and hitting in the 8-hole today. He's 2 for 3. He walked back in the 7th, part of that marathon inning. Had a 2-run single on a bunt back in the 4th and a triple in the 7th, or in the 6th. He was thinking to Jupiter on that swing.
Yeah, behind the fastball. And Saito, kind of similar to Turnbow, has some pretty good velocity on his fastball. It's just the control is kind of the question for him.
2-1 count now with 2 gone. There's a look at Turnbow's beautiful cleats and his ankle guard.
Love that shot, guys.
That is awesome shot there. Here's the 2-1 called strike 2. That probably would not have been called strike 2. There is Colton Upfer.
Gosh, man, the camera really finds Cole a lot, doesn't it?
2-2 with 2 gone. Turnbow lunge.
Oh.
Wow. That absolutely engulfs the ball for out number 3. That was probably the fastest out I've ever seen.
I just kind of accidentally ended up in his mitt. Really nice play by Saito right there to end the 8th, but 9-run game as Beckett Turnbow, who just lined out to the pitcher, is probably going to come back out and throw the 9th inning.
So the Orca and the and Crispy are coming up to hype up this crowd. Josiah's going nuts. It is a 16-7 ball game here in Game 3 of this series, which hasn't been particularly close in either of the games.
I got to say, that's a huge run to make this a 2-possession ball game, because now
true.
a touchdown and a 2-point conversion keeps the lead at 1 for the Seal Slingers. So just a colossal home run from Noah Benedict right there.
Turnbow will come to close things out. Golden Upfer is passed out on the dugout. He doesn't want to show his face. This game is now officially over 3.5 hours.
Yeah, we are really working on an all-timer here at the Friar on a day that I don't think I've seen a really big cloud this entire 3.5-hour period. It's just a beautiful day for baseball. And clearly both teams know that because they are playing a lot of baseball today.
They wanted to soak up every ounce of sun they could get in this ball game. I think everyone is sunburnt. They're going to need some aloe vera out there after some of these lengthy innings. And you know what? I'm just hoping that the guy in the thumbtack race is okay that just blew through the fence. What was that?
Speaking of the ice chest, it has really cleared out over there. That's barren wasteland in the ice chest right now.
That was in the 5th inning.
Oh, my gosh.
that happens.
That feels like a week ago. Our 9th game in 9 days here. Started at the Friar, then went to Yakima for 1, Wenatchee for 2, and now back at the Friar for 4 more. And the Fish Sticks are going to go 7-2 in that 9-game stretch, with the only 2 losses coming to the Wenatchee Apple Sox. That's impressive. That's some really impressive numbers for this team.
Again, well on their way to getting 6 games above 500 for the first time this season. They're 12-7, will, barring the greatest miracle in human history, will advance to 13-7 on the season. As Saito takes a look at strike 2.
So we just saw Turnbow line out to Saito on the mound, and now Saito will face Turnbow to start the top of the 9th. So back-to-back Turnbow-Saito matchups.
So a 16-7 lead. There have been 15 hits for the Slingers, 22 combined between the two teams. Turnbow's ready to deliver. Here's the 1-2. Saito once again foul. Back-to-back window crack and hiss on the loudspeaker. There's Hawthorne Moody and Kenji Bray.
Boy, what a camera presence Kenji Bray has.
Oh my goodness. This is the longest at-bat ever recorded.
No, it's not that long. That's like 3 foul balls. It's just been a lot of baseball for Kyle and I, as is everyone on the Seal Slingers in the past 9 days, and we can't thank you enough for tuning in. If you have tuned in for all 9 of these games, you have really gotten to know us. What a play by
Hamada there at second base. That gets me fired up. Saves a base runner. Out there diving to his left. Man, that is a web gem.
You can see the dugout just loves it right there. Saves Saito from getting to first base, and now Sebastian Unai, who really has had a great day at the plate, will come up. 3 for 3 on the day for Unai.
This one's taken towards Hamada again. Reaches out, makes the play, back-to-back for Alex Hamada. Man, look at that.
Really kicking it into gear here in the top of the 9th inning over there at second base. Not as good of a play as he just made, but still a good one in its own right. Had to really go full extension on the reach to make that play, and there's 2 quick outs.
Beckett Turnbow, that was a great shot there. He was just shocked that Alex Hamada was able to get those 2 outs. And Austin Halverson is the last gasp for the Washington A's. Turnbow, 16-7 lead, blows it by Halverson for strike 1.
Yeah, it's just kind of blow-by after blow-by for Turnbow. I think that Apple Sox outing really did get his confidence back on the mound, and he's looked good against the A's today.
Crispy, I understand that you are taking pictures with fans as that strike 2, but you need to be heading over towards the plyometrics station and the gym to make sure we win some Crispy races here in the next week, because we have another 4-game homestand next week. So, and that's called strike 3. The Slingers complete domination in this 3-game series against the Washington A's, a 16-7 victory. They go 7-2 in 9 games in 9 days and will finally earn a well-deserved day off tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect series if you're the Seal Slingers. 14-0 on Friday, then 13-3 on Saturday, and then the closest game out of all of them, 16-7 on Sunday. And this lineup just punished the A's pitching staff all weekend, and that is just a great 9-day stretch for this team.
So we'll take a look at some of the highlights here in just a little bit, but it was a 2-1 game in the first, and then it was back and forth from there. The A's tied it up with a run in the top of the 7th. It was 7-7 going into the bottom half of the inning, in the 7th inning stretch. Put some magic into the Seal Slingers bats. There's Mark Lynn going in to celebrate with his team, and Luke Parker will earn stick of the game once again for a 3-run shot that broke the tie.
Luke Parker goes back-to-back, as that was a beautiful bunt by Beckett Turnbow in this game, one of his 2 hits on the day. And then there's Luke Parker's first run he drove in on a single, which seems like a lifetime ago. And then Beckett Turnbow, a triple. He ended up not coming around to score in the 6th inning off that triple, but another great day for him. He throws 1 1/3 of scoreless stuff, and then Luke Parker, a big swing into center field that put the Seal Slingers in front, and they never looked back past that. That started an 8-run 7th inning. 16-7, the final score. Noah Benedict put the cherry on top in this one. That was his double in the 7th inning. Hellner wasn't able to score on that. Then Braden Bartholomew brought in both Hellner and Benedict with a base hit into right field. Jake Rolling, we've kind of become accustomed to this, but he brings home 2 of his own. And then there's Benedict just 1 inning later, basically the same exact spot, but that one gets up and over the wall, and 16-7. Just another dominant win for this Seal Slinger squad.
Oof, take a breath. Angus Trangmo.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That was a lot to talk about, man.
And Beckett Turnbow was the one that came in, 1 1/3 inning of work, and that's how he got to the series finale victory for the Seal Slingers. Again, the slinger of the game goes to Luke Parker. 3 for 5, 5 RBIs, and that 3-run home run. And he had 9 RBIs in his last 2 games of the series.
Yeah, 4 yesterday and 5 today. And the A's, I mean, he was 10th in the lineup on Saturday, which, is unbelievable that he drove in 4 out of the 10 hole, which is, a 10 hole is rare enough already. To have a day like that out of the 10 hole is incredible. And then he moves up to the 3 today and drives in 5 more. So just a nuclear weekend for Luke Parker. A great weekend for Beckett Turnbow, Jake Rolling, Rylan Gullard keeps his hit streak alive. Just so many guys in this lineup that performed so well against the A's.
So we're going to actually talk with Luke Parker again in the dugout, it seems like, for the second straight day. And, man, 9 RBIs in 2 days is nothing to really scoff at whatsoever. And so 15 hits, 16 runs. Roshan's bringing the water taxi behind the huddle. It was great to be with you for 9 games in 9 straight days, including that road trip. And it finally comes to an end.
Yeah, well, good news for you. We're right back at it on Tuesday, down against the 3rd West Coast League opponent of the year. It will be the Marionberries down in Salem. That's Tuesday and Wednesday, and then right back here at the Friar after that. No Seal Slingers Sunday next week, but the Seattle Studs on $3 Thursday. That'll be a big game in PIL play, and then the Seattle Blackfins, another good game in this PIL season. That's on Friday, and then the Northwest Honkers on Saturday. So a few big PIL games coming next weekend, and just a dream series for the Fish Sticks and the Seal Slingers over the weekend against the Washington A's.
And the Studs were a team that the Seal Slingers broke a 12-game winning streak on just a couple of weeks ago, all the way down in Puget Sound. So that'll be a great one to end off on, or to start off the weekend on, after that 2-game road trip down to Marion. So Luke Parker, he gets the Dix RBI drive-in of the game. This was the shot to center field that would score Jake Rolling. He had 5 RBIs on the game, so 5 cheeseburgers coming from Luke Parker.
I'm not sure that's how that works, but he brings in 5 runs and 9 runs in 2 days, and I think we both knew that at some point Luke Parker would really start seeing the ball, and if this weekend is no coincidence, he is such a good hitter, and it looks like we will get him on the headset right here at home plate.
Luke Parker.
Hello.
How's it going? Second straight gay.
So you had a 3-run double yesterday, and it looked the exact same as the 3-run homer today. You said that you thought the one yesterday got out. Did you know that this one was out today?
I thought, I knew it was out, but then again, yesterday I knew the other one was out, so I busted it out the box. But I was pretty sure I got that one a little better, so.
And it's crazy. We were talking about this yesterday. That was your first extra base hit of the season, and now you're up to 4 on the series. You had 5 RBIs today, 4 RBIs last night. What is working for you right now?
Like I said, it's just sometimes the swing's in a good spot, and I got lucky. I got some pitches right down the middle today, so hopefully we can keep going with that. So.
Yeah, and then 9 games in 9 days. You guys go 7-2 in that stretch, but finally a day off tomorrow before going down to Salem. I mean, how's it feel to just kind of have that monkey off your shoulders? Is just like, we don't have to play another baseball game tomorrow.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know if I've ever played nine games in 9 days before, so yeah, it's been a brutal stretch. Everyone's hurting a little bit, so the day off will feel really good.
All right, last question before we let you go. What are you going to do tomorrow to spend that off day?
Yeah, there's a little lake right by my host family's house, so I'll probably take a trip down there, maybe sunbathe a little bit, swim a little bit.
Nice. I don't know if that's going to be able to cool you off at the plate, but Luke Parker, thank you once again for joining us 2 days in a row. First ever, at least this summer, stick of the game in back-to-back games. Luke Parker, 9 RBIs last 2 days. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Back-to-back stick of the games.
Yeah,
that is
really
a rarity
impressive.
Here at the Friar. But after it's all said and done, a 16-7 victory for the Seal Slingers here on Seal Slingers Sunday over the Washington A's. They complete a 3-game sweep. They go 7-2 in the 9-game stand. They'll get a deserved day off tomorrow. And for Connor Ryan and the rest of the amazing crew behind the scenes, and for Angus Stringwell, I am Kyle Sweeney saying so long. We'll see you on Tuesday.